Good evening. I will call to order this regular meeting of the Thousand Oaks City Council for Tuesday, June 24th, 2025. Will the clerk please perform a roll call?
Councilmember Adam,
Here.
Councilmember Engler,
Here.
Councilmember Gutierrez,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Taylor,
Here.
and Mayor Newman.
Here. And we begin with a closed session. For that, we turn to City Attorney Noonan. You are not. City Attorney Duran.
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight on the agenda, there are 4 items to be discussed in closed session. That's what we'll be discussing tonight. There are 2 performance evaluations, one for the city attorney, one for the city manager, and 2 conferences with labor negotiators, one for the city attorney and one for the city manager. And that concludes my report.
Very good. We go to closed session and we'll return at 6 p.m. All right, and we are back from closed session. I'll ask the Assistant City Attorney, Mr. Doran, is there anything to report?
There is no reportable action at this time, and that concludes my report.
Thank you. At this time, I ask if you are able, please stand and join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. This is the time for AB 2449 announcements, requests for continuance of any public hearing or agenda item. We do have one change this evening, actually two. We are moving up to items 13A and 13B, which are respectively the Community Social Service Grant Recommendations and the Youth Commission Annual Report. We will move those up first, right after the consent calendar. But first, we have some special presentations and announcements, and I will go to the dais to present those. Do things a little differently this evening. I will invite up at this time Tim Durer and Doug Nichols from the Caneo Rec and Parks District up to the podium here for their annual update. Gentlemen, good evening. Good to see you both.
Good evening. Good to see you too. Mayor Newman, City Council, and City staff. As mentioned, I'm Tim Durer, Recreation and Community Services Manager for the Caneo Recreation and Park District. And I'm here tonight, honored to be here tonight to share a brief update on our longstanding and strong partnership. And also on behalf of CRPD to just say thank you for the continued support from the city that we really appreciate. Also, July is nationally recognized as National Park and Recreation Month and by the National Recreation and Park Association. And this year's theme is Build Together, Play Together, which is a perfect reflection of what our two organizations have been able to accomplish together through collaboration. Together, we've not only built facilities and programs, but we've also built longstanding community value by creating safe and inclusive spaces where residents of all backgrounds can thrive. I'm going to start off with the Global Adult Community Center, which is a city-owned facility and operated by CRPD since opening in 1991. And this is our hub for all senior activities and programs. And we see approximately 100,000 patrons annually through this facility. Because of our strong partnership, Global Center provides more than just programs, it provides purpose. We often hear that many times seniors are new to the area or unfortunately have just lost a spouse and they're looking for a place to go. And they're just amazed with all the community benefits that we offer through our facility and under that roof. Thanks to our partners and through a lot of volunteers, we have a wide array of services and resources available. The tax program and our senior nutrition program, which I'll go into a little more detail later, is free to anyone over the age of 60. We also offer will preparation and other services like notary services, even haircuts. And there's discussion groups such as Alzheimer's and low vision, and even have monthly therapy dogs that come through from time to time. If there's something that we don't offer that they're looking for, staff is also really good at partnering them or pairing them with the right contact of where they can go. Center also provides opportunities for personal enrichment through a variety of types of classes. We have dozens of classes ranging from dance, acting, sports. We also do seminars and workshops, which include topics like positive grandparenting, new to Medicare, and other topics like that. There's also the bus trips and national tour trips, which include just local food tours down in LA, trips to Hearst Castle, and in July they're actually going to the Canadian Rockies, which will be really exciting. Equally important at Goble is the socialization opportunities. We have monthly themed parties every month. Bingo's always a huge success, and entertainment live events feature live bands, comedians, local historians, which is always very entertaining. Dodger viewing parties are popular, and we're trying to get more involved with intergenerational programming as well. Volunteerism is another cornerstone through the Goble Community Center and our Caneo Senior Volunteer Program. They pair over 800 registered volunteers with local nonprofits and organizations. And of those 800 registered volunteers, they have donated over 100,000 hours over the past year. Approximately 100 of those volunteers volunteer directly with City of Thousand Oaks programs, including the Civic Arts Plaza and the Volunteers in Policing. And our free tax program just completed its 35th year, which utilized 43 volunteers and did over 2,500 tax returns, returning $1.6 million in refunds to the city. Our senior nutrition program, which I mentioned earlier, utilizes 26 volunteers, donated 2,000 hours, and served over 19,000 meals. Also have to mention our senior commission, which is a dedicated group of 15 volunteers that is integral in planning and prepping for programs throughout community center, the Goble Community Center, and they do a lot of fundraising, which helps subsidize our programs for our seniors. Next, I'm going to talk about the Teen Center briefly. Also city-owned and CRPD operated since opening in 1989. Sees roughly 48,000 visitors annually, and is just a welcome to all 7th through 12th graders in the Conejo Valley and Thousand Oaks area. Through our partnership, teens gain access to resources, enrichment, and social engagement, as well as leadership opportunities as well. Designed teen-only spaces are very rare. A lot of other recreation departments and cities have shared spaces, but it's very unique and critical to our teen center. This gives them a sense of ownership and belonging, and also gives the parents a sense of a peace of mind knowing that there's supervision at all times. We do have a youth outreach program, which is in conjunction with CVUSD, which helps reach non-involved and at-risk youth, creating bridges where they are needed most. And currently going on right now, we have it as a beach bus drop-off and pickup area for some summer fun. Enrichment is also a key part there. With our middle school leagues, we serve over 900 middle school athletes through our different sports, and special interest classes are extremely popular, as well as homeschooling, from a commercial kitchen to a soundproof music room. We do some really high-end quality programming in that facility. Socialization is also very critical at the Teen Center, and like we said, it's outfitted just for teens. They've got game rooms, computer labs, and our still recently built backyard is what we still call the coolest backyard in town, where they've been having lots of backyard parties and glow parties, battle of the bands, and all sorts of fun ways to get the teens involved in a safe, fun environment where they can just relax and be themselves. And same with Goble Center, volunteerism is also big at the Teen Center. Our Youth Advisory Committee meets once a month, and they suggest suggestions, identify issues, and they help out with our special events. Lastly, I'll speak of the Hillcrest Center for the Arts, which was established in 2002, but the partnership goes back to 1982 and serves over 17,000 participants annually in the arts. Benefits also include enrichment, resources, and volunteer opportunities, all rooted in creativity and community expression. At Hillcrest Center specifically, we have a rotating art gallery, rental spaces, a black box theater, which hosts the Young Artists Ensemble, which is now in its 43rd year, and is home to the Conejo Gem and Mineral Lapidary Workshop. Every day of the week, including nights and weekends, the Hillcrest Center is just buzzing with activity with all ranges, all types of classes, ranging from dance, fitness, and more. And we also have a thriving homeschool program as well, which adds more community value. And volunteer opportunities as well. People that have aged out of the programs can get involved with our advisory committee. They serve as theater ushers, and they also help out with production crews on our productions. And I also wanted to mention our concerts in the park. Through our two organizations this summer, there's 13 different music opportunities that are free to the community. CRPD has 5 concerts in the park, and the City of Thousand Oaks is always a dedicated sponsor for our Memorial Day event. And then the CRPD Pop-Up Arts and Music Festival, there's 8 of those this summer, all on 8 CRPD parks. So that's another great partnership that we share. And at this time, I would like to invite up our chair, CRPD Chair Doug Nichols, to speak a little bit more about our partnership and about National Park and Recreation Month.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. It's a pleasure to be here and an honor to be recognized with the Park District as we're looking at July being the National Recreation and Park Month. But I hope you caught the theme there, that this isn't really just all about the Park District. You know, I think often about the many partnerships that we've enjoyed over the years. We've heard about many of the facilities that are joint partnerships on how those were put together and how they're organized and how they're used for various programs throughout the community. But I think about how that all starts. You know, while maybe we did have a little head start in the structure of being organized a year in advance, but nonetheless, the city sets up the general plan. You set the framework for how the city is organized. You set the policies, the budgets for the community as a whole. And I think the Park District then benefits from that and knowing how we're going to partner with the city, how we place parks, our open space, how everything fits together. So it's an integrated approach. I think about the many community surveys that we've had over the decades. And parks and open space are always floating towards the top. That's not accidental. It happens a lot at the dais here, whether it's the City Council or the Planning Commission, on setting those goals, standards, and then the Park District coming alongside to help implement some of that. Also, it's well recognized that families often will seek neighborhoods or communities that have good parks, have lots of open space, recreation programs. And, you know, Thousand Oaks is one of those preferred communities for many reasons, but, you know, we're proud to be partners in part of that reason for offering those types of programs. And I've checked with our general manager, who's hiding in the wings over here, Jim Friedel, but asked him, well, how many of our residents live within a 10-minute walk of a park? 86% of our residents do. You know, we're striving to make that 100%, but we're almost there. But that just goes to show you how well parked we are with open space and park and recreational facilities that we do have. And again, it's a large testament to how we work together. And then, I did want to mention that we're honored to be considered as caretakers for our parks and our recreational facilities. But even for this recognition, I would say that it wouldn't be fair to duly recognize the City of Thousand Oaks as a co-recipient of that type of partnership, whether it's just the day-to-day operations or, like I said, the vision of setting things forward, whether it be the vision from 60 years ago or even over just the last few years where you folks have been trying to settle in on what that next general plan is going to be, and now trying to get the zoning and all those pieces put together. That takes a lot of work and a lot of effort. We thank you for incorporating what you can for our team to be part of that. And we're looking forward to another 60 years of working with you to make Thousand Oaks even better than what it is. So thank you for having us here this evening.
Tim and Doug, thank you very much for your presentation, for your friendship, for your partnership. Couldn't agree more that parks make life better for everyone. We are partners in this. We work together on the city's parks. And I don't know if everyone realizes, but you're exactly right about all the parks and space here being right at the top of the list of features people like here, along with excellent public schools and being safe. But abundant space and well-maintained space is a top attraction for us. And CRPD and the city are equal partners in COSCA, the Joint Powers Agency that manages our open space, which is more than 40% of the city by area. We're very, very fortunate to have such a long-lived and strong partnership. So thank you for that. We're also really happy to join you in celebrating National Parks and Recreation Month, and I have some hardware to present to you along those lines. So at this time, I'll ask my colleagues to please join me in front of the dais as we present this to you.
Jim, come on over.
I won't.
We now turn to public comment. And if my count is right, I think we have 10 comments this evening. So I'll follow our usual 3-minute limit per each, but I will ask for each speaker a few things. If someone ahead of you comments something similar to what you're saying, please summarize your remarks, keep things brief. We have a lot of items after public comment this evening. I'll name the 3 speakers who are up next. I will ask each speaker to request that they give their name and city of residence. I'll ask each speaker to come up and the next 2 speakers to sit behind that speaker in these 2 chairs here, just so we can keep things moving along. So our first 3 speakers this evening are Mackenzie Tabara, Sally Hibbets, and Erica Perez. And if you would, Sally and Erica, if you would begin to make your way over here. And we begin with Mackenzie Tabara, and I apologize if I butchered your name.
It's okay.
Good evening.
Good evening. Okay. Buenas noches a todos. Good evening, everyone. My name is Mackenzie, and I'm a Ventura County resident from Simi Valley. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm here because our community is living through nightmares, through escalated fear, anxiety, and the deep uncertainty that takes over when ICE shows up in our neighborhoods. ICE is kidnapping, not criminals, but hardworking people. They are taking mothers, fathers, parents, neighbors, friends, our people. Let me begin by stating clearly, migration is natural. Displacement is the result of capitalist exploitation. Immigration is not a crime. What is a crime is unidentifiable law enforcement officers showing up at someone's house at 5:30 a.m. in the morning, claiming to have a warrant and using unconstitutional force. What's happening is unjustifiable. Let's be clear. A judge-signed warrant is required to enter a home. Numerous reports from across Ventura County and throughout California have documented the abusive tactics being used during these raids. ICE officers are entering homes and workplaces using deception. They are targeting sensitive locations like schools and hospitals. They are racially profiling us. These actions violate the Fourth Amendment protection against unreasonable search and seizure. They violate due process. This is a human rights crisis. It is not a debate between right and left. Separating families and terrorizing communities is not a political argument. It is a moral failure. And so tonight, I call on all 5 council members, David Newman, Mike Taylor, Al Adam, Bob Engler, and Ty Gutierrez. I want to see you out in our community during these vulnerable morning hours of 5:30 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. I want to see you stand with us. You have the power to use your platforms to speak out. to protect your residents, to advocate for policies that limit cooperation with ICE and that defend immigrant families. We, the people, have the power to end deportations, we have the power to end detention, and we have the power to deserve universal rights and an immediate pathway for citizenship for all. Ultimately, I am here because I stand with everyone in my community, and I will tirelessly advocate and fight for those who face injustices. As a first-generation college student, a product of immigration, a proud mestiza, I will forever stand up for those who can't. If you see ICE, call the VC Defensa hotline at 805-296-1119. And remember your rights. No firme nada, don't sign anything. No conteste ninguna pregunta, don't answer anything. No abra la puerta, don't open the door. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I will ask, please, if you will please hold applause or any other sort of reaction. We want everyone to feel that they're free to speak without response from the audience. Next up is Sally Hibbets, followed by Erica Perez, and then Ashley Giles. Ms. Hibbets, good evening.
Good evening. My name is Sally Hibbets, and I am a longtime Thousand Oaks resident. Excuse me, I'm going to actually need these. I am on the board of directors of AUW, which has an ongoing support program for Latino youth at Thousand Oaks High School. The following speech was written by one of our recent graduates and members, who, by the way, earned 10 scholarships and is an honor student scheduled to attend a UC campus this fall. She is too afraid of exposing her family here this evening, so she asked me to relay her speech. This is what she wrote. Dear City Council members, I am the first U.S. citizen within my undocumented family who has lived in Las Casitas for 20 years. I was born at Los Robles Hospital. Even leaving the house nowadays is a calculated risk with the recent ICE activity in my neighborhood. Within the past 2 weeks, I have woken up to the screaming and shouting of my neighbors. They yell La Migra and No Sayon, which means don't go out. Every morning that I'm woken up to the shouting and honking, I am overcome with a sense of desperation, running around my apartment looking for my parents, making sure that they are still home. My mother cleans houses and wakes up around 6 o'clock every morning. Last Friday, ICE was kidnapping people just a few streets down, and she could not even leave our neighborhood to go to her job. Last night, my mother lost one of her last employees that she has for her cleaning business. My mother is on the brink of losing more clients and therefore a big part of our family income. In losing my mother, I would have to be the new guardian for my 9-year-old little brother. In losing my father, there is a high chance we will end up homeless and unable to pay our rent. In losing my older brother, he will leave behind his pregnant wife with no source of income. This is the reality of many more people than you think. ICE has taken too many hardworking people from our neighborhoods. The gardeners, the housekeepers, the cleaning ladies, the construction workers, the restaurant workers, the car wash folks. These are the people who are employed locally who make your lives better. I know that this is a federal issue and the City Council's ability to help the hardworking undocumented population is very limited. And please be aware of our suffering. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers are Erica Perez, followed by Ashley Giles, and then Eva Castro. Good evening.
Council. Good evening, and thank you for allowing me to have the opportunity to speak today. My name is Erica Perez. I work for CAL FIRE. I dedicate my time and energy protecting the communities across California. I stand here today not only as a concerned citizen, but also to speak for those who can't. I am the oldest daughter of Maria Valeriano Perez, who lived in the U.S. for 35 years. I detained my mother on June 4th during her routine check-in in Camarillo, transported her to the Los Angeles Detention Center, and then deported her to Tijuana, Mexico. I now have to care for my siblings on my own. My mother was our rock. Everyone who knows her knows she was a sweet, kind-hearted, and hardworking woman. She paid taxes. She had a valid work permit. She is not a criminal. However, the things she experienced while detained in Los Angeles Detention Center, something I never wished on anybody to go through. Women inside banging on doors, begging for food. They were hungry. They imagined a real meal as a way to escape the nightmare of the moment. And then they would crawl under their benches and cry. They were deprived of basic needs, no menstrual products or disposal. Women sat in their blood, waiting for new hygiene products to arrive. They never did. My mother, who is diabetic and suffers from anxiety and depression, asked for a sweater because she was freezing. They didn't give her one. Hours before would go by and nothing. Instead, they handed her a pair of pants and told her to use that as a blanket. Their meals, a glass of milk, a piece of bread. Is that how we treat people? Women, men, and children, human beings who are seeking for safety and a chance to live. What's happening inside these detention centers is inhumane. Look at what's happening in the city of Thousand Oaks. And it's not just Thousand Oaks, it's happening everywhere. Immigration enforcement isn't just something that happens far away at the border. It's happening here in our neighborhoods, in our schools, in our workplaces. Families are being torn apart in broad daylight. Children are coming home to empty houses. Parents are vanishing without notice, all under the weight of a system that prioritizes punishment over compassion, and yet we pretend like this is our problem. That isn't our problem. But it is our problem. It's a Thousand Oaks problem, a California problem, an American problem. When local governments cooperate with ICE, when detention centers operate unchecked, our entire community suffers. My heart breaks for all the families being separated. No one deserves to live in fear. No one deserves to be hunted like a prey or for daring to dream of a better life. Our people are scared. How can we live in a world where simply existing, simply loving, and merely trying to survive makes you a target? I'm not here to argue politics. I'm here to argue for humanity, for decency, for a system that sees immigrants not as a threat, but as people. Mothers, fathers, neighbors, workers, friends, people who contribute to who belong. Immigrants make America great. So no, I will not sonnet myself to ease someone else's comfort. I will not allow anyone to distort our story. We are not outsiders. We are the backbone of this country. And if the truth makes people uncomfortable, good. Discomfort is the first step towards a real change. And most of all, the community needs leaders right here in Thousand Oaks who are brave enough to speak up and compassionate enough to act.
Thank you, Ms. Perez. Next is Ashley Giles, followed by Eva Castro and Josh Gray. Good evening.
Good evening, council members. My name is Ashley Giles, and I've come here today to talk about the recent ICE presence within our community. I know many people that feel terrified each day about whether or not they will get back to their families. People in this community are scared to go to work, they are scared to go shopping, and they are scared to be outside spending time with their families. This is not normal, and this is not something that should be happening, but it is. I've always felt that Thousand Oaks was a very safe community for everyone, but now it certainly does not feel like it. People are being taken away at their jobs and on the streets. Many of these people are not criminals, despite what the Trump administration thinks. They are mothers, fathers, daughters, and sons who are working hard to provide for themselves and their families. I know a mother of 3 daughters who is scared every time she goes to work and every time she goes out with her family. She is scared that if she were to leave, she might not come back to her home. I know a father who is terrified to go to the pharmacy by himself to get his medicine, who is scared to go to work as ICE had gotten people from his job. People are hiding, they are afraid, and they don't know when this will stop. Many people came here to the U.S. to accomplish their American dream. The people who are getting detained are the same people who wanted to accomplish their American dream, which is now seemingly unattainable. As council members of Thousand Oaks, you should be helping in reassuring and supporting our Latino community by going to Adelante and helping spread information about what to do if ICE is present, or by handing out flyers with valuable information that can help many who are scared. Seeing the actions that council members take can show our community that TO is supporting them. Lastly, I have one question to ask. What is the city doing to support and reassure our families? Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Eva Castro, then Josh Gray, followed by Marcin Solares. Ms. Castro, good evening.
Good evening. My name is Eva Castro. I'm a social worker providing mental health services to youth and families across Ventura County, and I'm also a community advocate with VC Defensa. I was born in Ventura and raised right here in Conejo Valley. I'm here today because I am witnessing in real time the emotional and psychological harm that ICE is inflicting on our communities. I see single parents left scrambling after a loved one is taken. I hear children crying out, scared and confused, trying to understand why someone they love has suddenly disappeared. Families are destabilized overnight, and the rest of us, social workers, community members, and organizers are the ones being left to pick up the pieces. This isn't a hypothetical. This is happening right now, here in your city. And let me be absolutely clear, no one is illegal on stolen land. We are all living on Chumash land. Conejo Valley, Thousand Oaks, this entire region exists because of land theft. So when people talk about who deserves to be here, who is legal or not, I remind you, legality has always been used as a tool of oppression and not justice. Even those who do it the right way, who pay taxes, work hard, and have no criminal record, are still being targeted. People are being taken from their homes by a modern-day Gestapo, and it is being justified by paperwork. But here's what's not being talked about enough. While officials sit in silent, it's us, the people, who are keeping our community safe. We are the ones patrolling our neighborhoods at 5 and 6 a.m., alerting families, holding space for grief, and offering protection. We are workers, parents, organizers with full-time jobs who still show up to defend one another because we have to. This is a responsibility no one should have to carry alone, and yet, here we are. If this city truly prides itself on safety, then safety must include all families, especially the immigrant families who help this city function every day. It is a privilege to ignore it because it hasn't touched your life yet. But for many of us, this is a daily survival, and we are tired of being the only ones standing between our communities and violence. So, I am asking you, not politely, but urgently, to stop looking away. Show up. Come and see what's happening in your neighborhoods and start acting in alignment with the values this city claims to represent. Because our people deserve better, and we're not going anywhere. Gracias.
Thank you. Next up is Josh Gray, followed by Marcin Solares and Chase Rashid.
Thank you, Mayor Newman
Good evening.
and council members. Good evening. My name is Josh Gray. I'm Director of Government Affairs and Tourism from the Greater Conejo Valley Chamber of Commerce. Just providing a few updates from the Chamber and the Tourism District for you all. I'd like to congratulate the 2025 class of the Conejo Valley Chamber 40 Under 40 and excited for the July 18th reception at the Hyatt. The dynamic young professionals of the 40 Under 40 represent the next generation of leaders who are making significant impacts in their industries and throughout the Conejo Valley. And I'd just like to congratulate the City of Thousand Oaks' own 40 Under 40 recipient, Andrea Panetta. And then on July 22nd, our next legislative roundtable, we'll be having guest speaker Brent Reinick from the Bioscience Alliance to provide an update on the state of biotechnology in the Conejo Valley. Leadership Conejo's next cohort application is now open through August 15th, and you can find out more on our website, leadershipconejo.org. For brief tourism information, the May RevPAR numbers came above expectations, tied to college graduations and the Reagan Economic Forum contributing significantly. However, June numbers are flagging heavily, and we're still investigating the true cause, but have seen, based on Visit California numbers, that the state itself is being hit hard by a shift in perceptions internationally tied to tariffs and the fires from January. For PR efforts, Conejo Valley was included in a travel bingo list of great August travel spots, including highlighting local trails and historic film sites, as well as the outlet extended weekend giveaways on Family Adventure in the Conejo Valley. On socials, we saw 13 creators visit Conejo Valley in May and continue to see follower growth across all platforms this spring. The new tourism website launched at the end of May. and happy to report a bill of health with a sleek, upgraded website. The TID also had our annual photo shoot in May, with it occurring just after the rains, and we couldn't have asked for a more timely point to capture the beautiful nature in our community. And I highly encourage folks to go check out the new website, where the first video you see will be the beautiful hills and the blooms that occurred in May this year. Daniel Borgia, President and CEO of Visit Conejo Valley, will be on KCAL 9 tomorrow with a focus on highlighting the area as a hidden gem known for outdoor recreation, scenic beauty, and unique dining experiences. The next TID meeting will be near the end of July. Anybody is welcome. There are public meetings, and I'll just say we appreciate this important partnership. And thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Marcin Solares, followed by Chase Rashid and Drew Pletcher.
Good evening. My name is Marcin Solares. I've lived in Newbury Park for 50-some years now, I think. And I taught at Newbury Park High School for 35. 60 years ago, I didn't know what menudo was, and my now husband of 58 years had not ever eaten chicken and dumplings. But in spite of our varied backgrounds, my parents and grandparents did not work the fields the way his did. We both graduated from college. We were both teachers. He was a coach for many years and a teacher of many things, including drama, in the Oxnard Union High School District. We raised 3 children here. We have never been afraid in the same way that kids and parents and grandparents, residents of this community are now afraid. We've experienced a little tiny bit of discrimination here and there, but nothing huge. Now I look at him and I think, do they want this 80-year-old man? He is Hispanic. He's a Vietnam vet. So are many others. Do they want my grandchildren? They're of mixed backgrounds, but some of them have Hispanic last names. They play on soccer teams and baseball teams and flag football and Steelers football and lacrosse. And on those teams and the teams that they play against, kids are missing. They're not there. They're afraid to be there. I have never seen this. In all the 35 years that I taught all the kids, regardless of their religions, of their backgrounds, of the color of their skin. It did not matter to me. And thank goodness, most of the time, certainly within my classroom, it seemed not to matter to them either. They got along well. They gave back to the community. They gave back to one another. They cared about one another. All we ask now is please embrace what I have always thought the Conejo Valley should stand for and does for the most part stand for. Please embrace these families that are being torn apart. Find ways to help, do what you can. We are at bad times right now, and we need your support. Thank you.
Thank you. We go now to Chase Rashid, followed by Drew Pletcher, and then Kevin Figueroa. Good evening.
Thank you, Mayor. So as an agent of good trouble, as a person who's going to say what I want, I'm going to say what is controversial, or what some people may think is controversial. This isn't about immigration as a whole. It's about selectively excluding people. And if you don't believe that, look at those numerous white South Africaners who were allowed in the country with a free pass. The president has even talked about selling a gold card to allow people to immigrate here. So ask yourself what that really is about. But I'm going to say, you know, this debate can be shuffled off as immigration is a federal debate, and that's true. But let me tell you, with this administration, they're going to bring that down to the local level because we have devious, low-down, unscrupulous leadership from the top in the White House and down to Congress. ICE is $1 billion over budget. They're running out of money from conducting this whole ridiculous scheme to tear apart families. And they're going to try to find that money by forcing local authorities to put up money through the police departments to conduct raids and tear apart families. And that's what you need to be prepared to respond to. And it's also a distraction from the disastrous budget, where there are cuts upon cuts. They even want to take away block grant funding for cities. Think about that, and it's a distraction. Think about the way due process has been taken away. If you were to have to stand up against this administration trying to force the city to do what is beyond its authority, they could come in this chamber and throw all of you to the ground and handcuff you like they did Senator Alex Padilla, who our Vice President J.D. Vance called Jose Padilla, and he knew what he was doing. He knew that's not his name. He was being very racist. So think about that. Think about how the president has said he's going to bring the National Guard out into our cities. Do you want the National Guard out on Thousand Oaks Boulevard? No. We do need immigration reform. We don't need scare tactics. We don't need people being made into villains. And who is being made into villains are people primarily of indigenous descent. So immigration is a federal issue, but I will tell you, you're going to have to be prepared to do battle, because this low-down, dirty, unscrupulous administration is going to come for cities and their funding. And if you need backup, if you support the people here, we will back you up against this unscrupulous administration. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Drew Pletcher, followed by Kevin Figueroa and Rachel Adams. Mr. Pletcher, good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Andrew Pletcher, resident of Newbury Park. I'm here tonight on a public safety matter on behalf of course, our children, our kids and our teenagers. 2 weeks ago in the Thousand Oaks Acorn, Scott Steepleton highlighted a ongoing problem with our e-bikes and our e-motorcycles in our community. And he summarized very well the problem of some riders go the wrong way on streets and sidewalks, and some race down the bike lane at 25 miles an hour much faster than the average person on a pedal bike goes. These are just the street legal bikes. There are groups of riders who taunt motorists by blocking lanes or surrounding cars, and taunt the cops with wild wheelies and other unsafe maneuvers. About a year ago, when I was on the city's Traffic and Transportation Commission, we actually had a public hearing regarding this very problem. We heard testimony from our wonderful Ventura County sheriffs describing this problem, and in light of the fact these are part of my public comments a year ago, but in light of the fact that this problem really has not been addressed and continues to be an issue, one of the key pieces of evidence that we heard from the sheriff was testimony saying, well, it's just really hard to get all this information out to the community. And I said, well, as a result, I think there's a very practical way we can get this information out to the point of sale, at the point of sale for these e-bikes and these e-motorcycles is through the city's ability to regulate public safety as well as business licenses and business regulation. It's not an overly burdensome regulation, but what the city could simply do is if a business is going to sell these motorcycles and e-bikes in our community, all they need to do is pass out the informational flyer given by and prepared by our Ventura County Sheriff's Department. They need to explain to these purchasers where these bikes can be ridden, because the testimony we heard is many parents in our community, and it's especially notable in my district in Newbury Park and Dos Vientos, they're buying it for their kids, but they don't have a real good idea about where these bikes need to be and should be ridden. Are they street legal or are they not? And as a result, you're seeing this continued problem. An easy fix is to do this, because what it does is we have many of our school deputies are going to our CVUSD campuses and providing information to our students, but that information I don't think is translating very well up to the parents. And the parents are really where the information needs to be at, because talking to our deputies, they said, well, we can't just go in and openly begin confiscating the bikes, because we're getting response from the parents of, well, we just didn't know. We didn't know where they needed to be ridden. We didn't know how and where they needed to go. So let's solve that and actually tackle the real problem, which is at the point of sale. get this information out to the proper people with the pocketbooks that are able to deal with this information. And then if the kids continue to write it, our sheriffs have the ability to then go and do proper enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Kevin Figueroa, followed by Rachel Adams. Kevin? And is Rachel Adams here? Great. Mr. Figueroa, good evening.
Good evening. First of all, I want to apologize for my dress, but I want to say hello, fellow community. My name is Kevin Figueroa. I am a U.S. citizen, but just because I have that title doesn't mean I forget where my blood really comes from. My parents are from Oaxaca, Mexico, and came to the U.S. in the mid-90s. I have had numerous talks with both my mom and dad about what they went through when they left Mexico, how they felt, what they must have thought when they left their parents behind. They both responded with, "It hurts leaving them behind, but the only thing I was thinking about is having my kids in the U.S. for a better life, better education, and overall better community." There are many immigrants who went through the same thing that my parents went through, if not even worse. I watched a documentary about a young boy from Guatemala whose only dream was to come to the U.S. He stated every kid's first dream over here, meaning Guatemala, is to make it to the U.S. As of recently, there's been an attack on our Hispanic community that are being targeted like criminals. They are being treated like animals from ICE. And this needs to come to a halt, as everyone in the Hispanic community is scared to leave their houses for groceries, church, and sadly, recently, their kids' graduation. This isn't something that anyone in the Hispanic community should fear, as they are watching their kids graduate and watching their kids achieve their goals in life. Everyone in the Hispanic community help contribute to society, help make the community better, and lastly, they aren't criminals. They are hardworking people whose only important thing in life is family. I come to ask for help from all council members that are present to help end this crisis and eliminate the fear that shouldn't even exist. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final public speaker, last but not least, is Rachel Adams. Good evening.
Good evening, council members. My name is Rachel Adams, a resident of Thousand Oaks, a mother, a business owner, and someone deeply invested in the safety, trust, and future of this community. I moved to Thousand Oaks because it was a reputation for good schools, safe neighborhoods, and the promise of a place where my children could grow up surrounded by opportunity, not fear. But today, that promise is gone. My kids, our kids, are now asking questions no children should have to ask. They're afraid their friends might disappear. Our community is not safer when people are afraid to leave their homes, to go to school, or to speak to the authorities in an emergency. Being a mother of a teenager, my son tells me that racism, once hidden, is now spoken aloud in classrooms and hallways. ICE agents openly kidnapping people have encouraged the younger generation, ones that don't have the good interest of our community, to be more racist. Distrust of the law enforcement that are supposed to protect our community is now growing among the younger generation. They see police officers. They want to, if an emergency happens, we hope that our children can actually go to the police for an emergency. They're afraid to go to the police. Fear of going to school and community events. ICE is going through swap meets, community events, school events, and they are kidnapping community members. Even U.S. citizens are being kidnapped. This is unacceptable. We urge you to take immediate steps to protect our community by prohibiting collaboration between local law enforcement and ICE. Sheriffs are often seen, Ventura County sheriffs are often seen at ICE raids, local police. We need to protect them. Our tax dollars pay for our law enforcement to protect our community. We ask you to urge this. Masked men are jumping out of trucks and getting people behind the target I ask you to require any federal agents in our city, although I wish they were all gone, but they do not wear masks. Let us not feel like we are being harassed by masked men not knowing if they are real federal agents. And prioritizing policies that foster culture, diversity, and belonging. I urge you to adjust your budget so more goes to cultural programs that promote this. We don't want a Thousand Oaks where children grow up thinking that their classmates can vanish without warning. We want a city that lives up to its reputation, that values its families, and that protects every resident equally, regardless of background or birthplace. Let Thousand Oaks lead, be strong, not with silence, not with fear, but with compassion, with courage, and accountability. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we move on, I want to thank everyone who came to speak tonight. We had an unusually high number of public speakers, and one of the most cherished rights in our U.S. Constitution is the right of the people to petition their government with grievances. And I want to thank all of you for exercising that right tonight. Before I go to City Manager Mr. Powers, I believe Councilmember Gutierrez would like to say something. Councilmember?
Thank you, Mayor Newman. Good evening, everyone, and I want to echo the mayor's sentiments. Thank you so much for everyone who came out, those that sat in solidarity, and those of you who felt unsafe enough to come and share your stories. I've prepared a statement so that I can get through it. Tonight I want to speak plainly, not just as a council member, but as a mother, a neighbor, a granddaughter of a man who picked the fields here in Ventura County. He did this in this state so that I could one day sit here representing my community. What's happening in Thousand Oaks right now is not business as usual, and I want to publicly acknowledge that. The presence of ICE has created an undercurrent of fear in our city. Families, hardworking, contributing members of our community are making safety plans in case they're taken. They are organizing themselves through affidavits to know who will care for their children if they do not return from work. That's not safety. It's not the Thousand Oaks that I know. And to be clear, the harm being caused is immediate and long-lasting. It has ripple effects through our classrooms, workplaces, houses of worship, and neighborhoods. When a child watches these things, bears witness, and/or hears of them, that does not disappear, it lingers. With the shared sentiment with you all, I share a terrible truth, but factual one. This is a federal issue, and immigration enforcement falls outside of our jurisdiction of local government. But that does not absolve us from showing up, just as some of you have challenged us tonight in community, supporting and doing the work, which I believe many of us are. I know that I can say I am. We still have a duty to listen, to hear, and to witness, and to do everything within our scope to protect our community from harm. With that, I would encourage every resident to reach out directly to our state senators, our congressional representatives. Let them know how this is affecting you, your family, your loved ones, and let them know that we as a city are loudly and persistently holding them accountable. At that level, through my personal effort and my voice, I join you in calling for immediate transparency, for legal and financial resources to be made available, and for us to center the common values that we all hold here in Thousand Oaks: family, safety, and dignity. Lastly, if you haven't yet felt this pain personally, I ask you to listen harder, because many of us, our birthright only goes back a few generations, and yet we are still asked to prove our belonging. Now is the time to stand with each other to take care of us. Thank you so much all for being here and for the moment to talk.
Thank you very much for your comments, council member. Are there any other comments from council members on this topic? Mr. Powers.
Thank you, Mayor Newman. As articulated by so many tonight and by Councilmember Gutierrez, incredibly challenging times across our community, across our region. In relation to a number of the comments I heard, I did want to let folks know that our Chief of Police, Jeremy Paris, who prides himself in deep connected community outreach, will be out in the lobby. Happy to have conversations with anyone that's interested and would like to learn a little bit more about our local role there. I did also want to acknowledge our own city manager's office employee, Andrea, who was named in the top 40 under 40, and we're super proud of her. Appreciate Josh Gray coming down. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Powers. I want to commend Councilmember Gutierrez, along with everyone who came to speak tonight, along with all those who came to support. This is an uncertain time. There's a lot of unease around. As Councilmember Gutierrez noted, this is a federal issue, and no one wants to hear their government can't do something. Federal government can do something, and if you need contact information for our elected representatives in the federal government, we are happy to provide that. It doesn't mean that any of us personally don't have very strong opinions about this and that we are not out there with you. We are. But we also are mindful of our responsibility as a local government. We are essentially in the quality of life business here. And as Ms. Castro so eloquently put it, safety must include all families. That's our first responsibility here. So as Mr. Powers noted, our police who have worked so hard, as well as fire, our public safety officials have worked very hard to ensure that they are available for all residents. We don't ask who you are. We want to make sure that everyone here is safe and feels safe. And that's really our only mission when it comes to public safety. So again, thank you to everyone who's spoken here. And thank you, Councilmember Gutierrez, for your comments. Appreciate it. Moving on, our next item is the consent calendar. Do we have any items to pull? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion. Mayor Pro Tem Taylor.
I will move consent 9A through J. No, more than J. A through L.
L. Any discussion? Please prepare us for a vote.
Councilmember Taylor, can I have your verbal vote, please?
Yes.
And Councilmember Adam, can I have your verbal vote, please?
Yes.
And that motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. As I mentioned earlier, we are moving up items 13A and B. So we begin with 13A, which is the fiscal year 25-26 Community Social Service Grant recommendations. And presenting on that item is Community Funding Review Committee Chair Denise Mondin. And it says here Vice Chair Kyle Rohrbach, but he's shaking his head, so. Ms. Mondin.
He's shy, yeah.
You're it. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Newman and council members. I'm Denise Mondin, and I serve as the chairman for the Community Funding Grant Committee. And tonight, Kyle is with me. Kyle Rohrbach, you all know him and love him, but he's going to be there and supporting me from afar. It is my pleasure to present the Community Funding Review Committee's recommendations for the city's fiscal year 25-26 Community Social Services Grant, also known as the CSSG grants. The city's Community Social Services Grant Program funding is included in the proposed fiscal year 25-26 budget. The grant provides $200,000 of annual funding for social service agencies. In order to qualify, the applicants must be 501c3, not-for-profit organizations located in or primarily serving the Thousand Oaks community. Qualifying programs must provide an essential service that benefits Thousand Oaks residents. The application period was open from March 3rd to April 3rd, and the application was available on the city's website. Email notifications were sent to applicants from the previous grant cycle. A press release was issued, and it was advertised in the March and April issues of the City Scene newsletter. The city utilized social media to notify the community of the grant opportunity. City staff held an application workshop on February 4th via Zoom for all community groups and nonprofit organizations that might be interested in applying for the grant. The workshop was recorded and remains available on the dedicated Grants Opportunities webpage of the city's website. The CFRC members independently evaluated 33 applications using predetermined scoring criteria based on requirements in the grant application. Then on May 28, 2025, the CFRC met to discuss the combined committee members' scores of the applications. Our discussion was quite robust and lengthy. Ultimately, the committee voted unanimously, with 3 abstaining, in favor of an allocation method based on points scored so that the top 29 eligible applications received a grant funding recommendation. I think I skipped something. No, I didn't. The CFRC recommends awarding grants in the amount of $199,974 to these 29 programs. The organizations are being recommended for funding are listed here. And the represented social services programs meet the CSSG criteria and will begin the community and and benefit the community and a wide cross-section of residents. So the recommendations from CFRC are before you. We recommend that the City Council award the fiscal year 25-26 community social services grants as presented by the committee, with the total award being $199,974. That's the conclusion of my presentation, and I'm here for questions as with our community service analyst, Sarah Miles. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you for your presentation.
You're welcome.
Are there any questions for Ms. Mondin or Ms. Males? Councilmember Engler.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of my typical questions on any of these grant opportunities. Apparently, there's 2 organizations that did not qualify or were denied opportunity. Can you give some ideas of how these, all of our organizations and also these 2 particular groups can do better in the future to qualify?
So in this round, there were 2 applications that we couldn't, as a committee, review because one was late and one was not signed, so it didn't meet the pre-qualifying criteria. But the good news is our staff is coming up with an online application for the next round of grants, so a lot of those technicalities will be, nipped in the bud there, and we won't have to miss the deadline, the timing and things like that. So those were those 2, and then there were a few that we didn't grant funds to, just because the nature of whittling down the 290,000 to 200,000 you just have to take it from the top and whoever warrants it the most, and that's how we sort of allocated it. So,
Well, thank you. Yeah, I know that we do have guidelines to go by as far as applications and everything, and thank you for sticking with our guidelines. And thank you for reaching out to these groups to let them know how they could improve. Appreciate that.
Any other questions for the committee or staff? We do have a couple of public speakers on this item. One is here with us and one is remote. Here with us is Sarah Hawkins. And if you could come down and, again, we request you state your name and city of residence. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. I'm Sarah Hawkins, Executive Director of Conejo Free Clinic in Thousand Oaks. And I wish some of our speakers were still here because their stories were incredibly powerful and moving. And I want them all to know that their voices are being heard. And I'm listening, and the city of Thousand Oaks is listening because you guys are supporting programs like ours that's helping the community. So let me tell you a little bit about the clinic. At Conejo Free Clinic, we firmly believe that access to health care and legal support is a fundamental human right, regardless of immigration status. For nearly 50 years, we have been a trusted resource for individuals and families who are often excluded from traditional systems of care. And through our legal clinic, we offer free family law and immigration consultations to help people navigate some of the most complex and emotional chapters of their lives. And we are proud to have recently received this grant funding through the City of Thousand Oaks to expand this vital work, which strengthens our ability to advocate for and protect all of our neighbors. In addition to legal support, we provide free medical and dental care to all who walk through our doors. No insurance, no billing, no questions asked. And we're currently exploring ways to expand our services through telehealth so that we can make our care even more accessible for individuals who face those barriers. At Conejo Free Clinic, we don't just serve the community, we're a part of the community, and we will continue to stand with and for our immigrant neighbors with compassion, dignity, and unwavering support. A huge thank you to Councilmember Gutierrez and to Sarah Males and to the entire City of Thousand Oaks team for choosing to invest in our mission and in the lives of those who we serve. Your partnership is helping us build a healthier, more just, and more inclusive future for all. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is remote by video, and that is Deborah Kahn.
Mr. Mayor, she's not on.
Okay, that's it for public comments. We go back to staff. Ms. Males, anything additional to add? Very good. Well, Ms. Mondin, Mr. Rohrbach, Ms. Males, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion or motion?
I think there's the speakers, of course, as was mentioned, the speakers who were on before. I think we all listened very much for these speakers. We all felt for these speakers. There's a limited amount of things that we as a city can do. One of the things we can do is that we increase this particular award grants. We doubled it this year from about 100,000 to 200,000. And as a city, we're supporting numerous organizations in the community across the spectrum, as was mentioned, from seniors to children to the immigrant community. The Westminster Free Clinic, the Conejo Free Clinic, Adelante Comunidad. There are many mansions, Manna Food Pantry, who helps so many of our less fortunate members. This is what we can do. We can really take the bull by the horns in this and really make action. And I urge all of the recipients that we have granted this $200,000 that they also recognize the crisis that is occurring in our town and take steps to target these communities that especially need the help right now.
Councilmember Gutierrez?
Thank you, Mayor Newman. I just want to say thank you to my fellow council members. This is an increase to budget that I got to inherit this year, and in speaking with staff today in anticipation of the comments from community, was encouraged again by the level of generosity and care that our council members, present and past, along with staff, have taken of our community. And I just want to just reiterate my gratitude for that work.
Thank you. I share that gratitude as well. As Councilmember Engler noted, there are things local government can do and can't do. This is something we can do. I also want to add my thanks to the Community Funding Review Committee. There was actually more requests than there were funds available, even at the stepped up level. And the CFRC went above and beyond in working out an equitable way to distribute the funds that were available to do the most good. And there's no question, this is a time where the need is very great. And this is essentially a central question in all organizations, really, government included, which is how do we fairly allocate the resources that we have? And I appreciate the extra work you did to make sure that we are serving the maximum number of people we can as best we can. So thank you for that. If there's not anything else, I'll entertain a motion on this.
Yes, I move staff recommendations.
Very good. Let's vote, please. Waiting.
Mayor Pro Tem Taylor, can I have your verbal vote, please?
Yes.
Thank you. And Councilmember Adam?
Yes.
Thank you. And Mayor Newman?
Aye.
Thank you. And that motion passes 5-0.
Again, my thanks to the CFRC and to all the organizations that are recipients of these grants. Thank you for what you do for our community. Moving on to our next item is 13B, which is the annual report of the Youth Commission. And as they make their way down, I'll introduce the Youth Commission Chair, Benjamin Globke, and the Vice Chair, Jane Staley. And again, available for questions is Sarah Males of City Staff. Mr. Globke, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Newman and council members. It is our pleasure to be here this evening to present the 2024-25 Youth Commission Annual Report. My name is Benjamin Globke, and it's been an honor to serve as the chair of the Youth Commission for 2 years, and I've been on this Youth Commission for 4 years. I recently graduated from Thousand Oaks High School, and I will be attending Arizona State University this fall. With me tonight, although we do not have Vice Chair Staley, we have Commissioner Chenya Kwan, Mia Oskanoa, Brielle Levesque, and Raina Doshi. We had an exciting year full of growth and opportunity. Each month during our meetings, we interacted with knowledgeable guest speakers that provided the Commission opportunities to build relationships, as well as review and provide input on matters pertaining to the youth. Topics included everything from the Civic Arts Plaza Master Plan to the city's budget, as well as updates from partner organizations such as CRPD, St. Paschal Baylon, and Athens Services. One of the opportunities we have as commissioners is to serve as a liaison to outside organizations focused on youth. By serving in this role, commissioners deepen relationships and provide important updates on what is happening with youth in the community. This year, we had commissioners serving as liaisons on the Alex Fiore Teen Center Advisory Committee and CVUSD's Student District Advisory Council. The youth commissioners provided outreach to youth by creating 3 committees this year. The pictures on this slide are from the Environmental Committee. This year, we assisted with the annual coastal cleanup on September 21st, 2024, by helping to recruit youth to participate in the cleanup. The event cleared trash and plastic pollution from inland waterways near Borchard Park. As you can tell from the pictures, our commissioners did their fair share of the heavy lifting by clearing some big debris from the waterway.
We are also proud, good evening, council members, Mayor Newman. My name is Chen-Yo Kwan, and I'm a rising senior at Westlake High School. We are also proud to say that we planned and executed a commissioner-led youth trash cleanup event on May 3rd, 2025. With the assistance of the City of Thousand Oaks Public Works Department, approximately 20 youth and parents cleaned trash and cleaned debris along Moore Park Road. It was a successful event, and everyone who attended had a meaningful experience. Our second committee planned and hosted the 2025 Youth Leadership Summit in the Kavli Theater Founders Room on April 9th, 2025. The event brought together 24 community leaders and 75 youth. The program included leader roundtables and youth-only discussions. The summit provided a platform for students to raise their concerns and propose actionable ideas on issues affecting their daily lives. There were many important conversations that took place and many positive outcomes. A full summary, including youth proposed solutions and next steps, are included in Attachment 1 of the staff report. Our third committee planned and hosted a Young Artist Contest. The contest was open from February 7th to March 26th, 2025. Artists were encouraged to submit original artwork and provide an artist statement on the theme, Be a Leader. Shown on this slide are the 3 winners in 3 different categories. The winners were initially announced, and their original artwork was on display during the Youth Leadership Summit. In the category of 2-dimensional art, the winner was Fiona Mercer with her piece titled Unmoved. In the category of photography, the winner was Rene Negrete Jr. with his piece Behind Every Leader. In the category of mixed media, the winner was Sitlali Soriano with her piece We Are Here. Congratulations again to all 3 very talented artists.
And with the professional assistance of TOTV, this year we created a recruitment video. The promotional video highlights the experience of 3 of our youth commissioners and has been shared across social media. We had fun helping to create this video and feel like it contributed to the success of this year's recruitment process, where the city received applications from 23 eligible candidates. While there were only 6 scheduled vacancies, we plan to invite the other applicants to future trash cleanup and youth leadership summit events, as we would love for more involvement from our peers. As you can see, we truly enjoyed our experience of serving on the Youth Commission this year. In 2025 to 26, we will be seeking direction from the City Manager's Office on potential projects, such as providing outreach to relevant youth agencies or activities that support the duties of the Youth Commission. Community service analyst Males and I are available for questions.
Thank you very much for your report and for everything, for all of you, for all that the Youth Commission does. It's very impressive.
Thank you.
Council members, are there questions of the Youth Commission? Councilmember Engler.
Not a question per se, it's more of a comment. One of the highlights of the spring so far for me was the Youth Leadership Conference. What an experience to sit around the table with a rotating group of young people speaking to me about things that I vaguely remember as a younger person, but with an updated indication of some of the issues that are going on in their lives. It was eye-opening and illuminating, and thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. I'll concur strongly with Councilmember Engler's comments. This really recharges my batteries to hear from you and to hear all the commission members, how intelligent they were, how focused they were, and how timely the comments were on a variety of different topics. One of which we will be talking about a little bit later tonight. One of the issues that kept coming up was a desire to see more places or things to do here in the city. And as it happens, we have a presentation on that next. So if you're able to, I hope you'll stick around to hear that next item. But I'm also impressed very much with comments in other areas around social media, possible negative effects from that, around mental health, around substance abuse, around the just general idea of wellness. And I'm really excited to see so many commissioners engaged in these topics and to have such articulate things to say about them, which I wouldn't have been able to do at your age. So thank you for that. And thank you also for the recruitment. It's very encouraging to hear that there were 23 applicants for 6 spots. So that's a very encouraging sign and a tribute to the good work that you've done this year. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Anything else? Very good. Well, I'll look for a motion to accept the commission's annual report. Mayor Pro Tem Taylor.
I'll move 13B and accept the report.
Based on the recommendations.
Based on recommendation of staff and that this act is not defined under CEQA.
Very good. Let's vote, please.
I'll take a verbal vote. Councilmember Adam?
Yes.
Councilmember Engler?
Yes.
Councilmember Gutierrez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Taylor?
Yes.
And Mayor Newman?
Aye.
Thank you, and that motion passes 5-0.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We appreciate you. Thank you. A couple of housekeeping notes before we move on. Number one, I neglected to note that during public comment, council members also received 2 written comments about ICE activities in Thousand Oaks, both expressing concerns similar to those that the in-person speakers represented. Those written comments were from Lisa Solis and Sandra Martinez. At this time, we are going to take a 10-minute recess and then return for our next item. And we have returned. Thank you for your patience. We move now to item 11A, which is a study session on the downtown Thousand Oaks project. Presenting this evening is Deputy City Manager Akbar Ali Khan. Also available is Finance Director Jamie Boscarino, Senior Planner Justine Kendall. And that's okay. I called the Assistant City Attorney Tracy Noonan before, so don't feel bad. And RRM consultant Nick Deitch. Good evening.
Thank you, Mayor Newman, and thank you to members of the City Council. We are here for the second workshop out of two. Council will recall we were just back here in these chambers on May 20th of last month. I want to share just kind of where we've been. This is not your typical PowerPoint deck. We're going to do a live fly-through of the model, which Nick will lead us through. But to refresh we can go to sorry, I got it right here, Nick. Thank you. I just want to refresh the council's memory on kind of where we've been with this project. Granted, there was the original Jungle Land concept dating back to 1987, but in terms of the more recent efforts, starting in 2018, with Ramey and Associates, we had the Downtown Core Master Plan in 2018. We refined that with AECOM in 2020. We hired RRM in the spring of 2023 to refine the concept yet again. We flushed that concept out further in 2024. And in this most recent effort, we've taken that just a step further here in 2025. It has been a journey. This project has evolved over the years for the better. And we want to share with you all that hard work and effort, what it's led to. The community engagement has been ongoing as well at each stage, and we put these pictures here to kind of show, tracking along with those different iterations of the project, you have had ongoing community engagement throughout the project, dating back to 2018, and I'm sure if we had even more of a trove of photos, we could dive back even further. These are just 4 snapshots in time, but what I've realized after sharing some of the very detailed visuals on the city's website this past week, we've gotten a couple of questions about whether we're going to still continue to see public input after this evening and into the future. The short answer is yes, we will need additional community input, primarily as we start to design those public spaces in the post-entitlement portion of the project. We're still a year away from that, but rest assured, as we get beyond the 30% mark, we're going to need to re-engage the public and continue this conversation. Last month, we shared 5 key changes from the 2024 design. This is the 2024 design that's shown on screen. Between that design and the one that we showed you on May 20th, to rehash those quickly, number 1 there was the conversion of the proposed City Hall location to a hospitality use. Second is the targeted reconstruction of the east wing of City Hall. Third is the relocation of the public market, actually bringing it inside, closer to where the red number 2 is shown on screen. Fourth is the introduction of a town square, now that we've removed the public market from that area, and then the introduction of a restaurant up against Teal Boulevard, where the number 4 is shown. And then fifth are those 2 jogging lines on your screen, is the realignment of the underground stormwater box culvert to help make better use of our landmass there. We also shared some diagrams. I won't go into detail here, but just to illustrate and remind the council that we walked floor by floor of what the different uses on each floor of the program might be. And then we finished with this diagram here. This is the updated 2025 site plan that we'll be speaking from tonight, and Nick will be showing you around. One thing I wanted to touch on, you're going to see this as Nick and team are flying through the models, the architectural style. Something that was, I'll say, somewhat elusive for us in going through this entire process was, what is the architectural style of Thousand Oaks, or what should it be for this downtown program? And not that we needed to define it outright, but we wanted to take cues from the community on what that looked like and what it can be. So these were some of the criteria that we were given from the community engagement sessions. First was a strong and seamless connection between the indoors and outdoors. The use of durable and natural stone materials, things you didn't have to transport and import across the country or across the world. Generous use of glass to create transparency where possible and showcase a natural landscape. Timeless architectural style that will stay relevant, something that wasn't just going to be a fad here today, gone tomorrow. And then lastly, if it had a connection to the Thousand Oaks region, all the better. And we showed some of these examples, and you're going to see these in more detail. The two photos up above are real-life examples of this Southern California regional modernism, and that's a mouthful, but for most of us, we kind of understand this architectural style as mid-century modern. The two renderings down below, you're going to see in more detail as we go about the discussion tonight. But this was the architectural style that really embodied all 5 of these characteristics that the community had set out for us and what they wanted to see in their downtown. So with that, we're going to launch the model. As I'm introducing the team here, Nick is going to queue up the model in real time. Nick Deitch, to my right, will be leading the model. He'll be flying around. John Tran, a member of the Smith Group team, he will be covering the hotel piece of this. Tony Tomasello on mixed use. He is here in person with Brian Hannigan, who'll be covering the park areas and restaurant. Chris Anderson and Dennis Park will be joining us via Zoom. So with that, I will hand the mic to Nick. Nick, take it away.
Thank you, Akbar. Technology is constantly evolving, and this is an example of that. This is the first time that I've ever done a live fly-through in a public hearing of a three-dimensional model of a place that is conceived in our minds and hearts and yet to be made real. It's been an extraordinary experience, I think, for our team. It's been a really collaborative process. We've been in a number of community workshops with I think, a vast representation of the community. We've had a lot of great dialogue about what this wants to be. This is, okay, I'll try to eat it, I guess. Thanks, sorry. I think at the heart of our process and our question is, what does a downtown Thousand Oaks look like? And I think it was very clear that the community did not want a generic thing that could be made anywhere, that could be dropped onto any city. And the site offers some really unique cues in that regard. Of course, the existing Civic Center, which is a very unique building, and some people, love it, and some people aren't so sure. But it's here, and frankly, as I've pointed out a number of times, it's kind of amazing. I don't know of any other city hall, civic building that has 2 theaters in it and is located amidst oak trees. And those things combined actually have fueled a lot of our process. One of at the heart of this place is what I've been referring to as the town square that isn't square. And that town square is really designed around the presence of the oak trees and the desire to preserve and honor those oak trees. And so we've allowed that to inform a lot of the physicality of this place and the form of the place. What you're seeing here, and I'm going to be moving around a lot, so just fasten your seatbelt because it's just what I do when I'm running through these things. You see the existing Civic Center here. You see an addition, a significant addition modification to the existing City Center, which will be the new City Hall facility. You see Thousand Oaks Boulevard, and we're representing an enhancement of it to be further studied and refined. You see what we're calling the Pavilion Restaurant. This is a sort of pseudo-civic building. It's a restaurant, but it has a terrace on the top of it that overlooks the public space of the town square. You see along Thousand Oaks Boulevard, mixed-use residential with shops on the ground floor. You see where we originally had intended to put a new city hall, and as Akbar explained, we've sort of repositioned things to instead really reinvigorate the existing building in some substantial ways, and then thereby freeing up that site, and this is Dallas Drive, by the way, that freeing up that site to provide a new hotel. And then beyond that, some additional mixed use. You can see the existing parking structure here in the back, 750 cars in that building. And then underneath this building on the far west, as an additional couple of hundred cars parking in a three-level podium. Let me just go ahead and take you down briefly, and then we're going to do something a little different. I'm not going to talk at you for 10 minutes. We're going to encounter the members of our design team at different pieces of this, and they'll engage with us, assuming that the remote connections work, and talk a little bit about each of those pieces. But let's go on down into our town center here. So you can see on one side the restaurant pavilion, which Akbar described as mid-century modern inspired. It's very transparent. We have a terrace that's slightly higher. There's a lot of elevation to this site. There's a lot of grade and grade change, and it's not readily apparent, but it's there when you get into the design of the thing. You can see that oak trees are a very important piece of this. We are treating the oak trees with a great deal of care, and we'll talk a little bit more about that as we move through this. We are creating places for people to gather and use these spaces in a number of ways, and we'll get into more detail about that too as we move along. One of the key features that has been in this plan since, I think even before the pandemic, was the idea of a grand stair. There is no connection right now from the terrace at Kavli Theater down to this space out front. And frankly, at the moment, there's not really a strong reason that there would have been one, because there wasn't a lot going on down here unless you wanted to sit under an oak tree, which is lovely, but doesn't really require a grand connection. We are now including a grand connection between the Kavli and the new plaza, including an elevator that is highly visible and readily accessible. I'm going to tool on down what we call Main Street. This street, in our original design, this was what I referred to as car tolerant. You probably remember that phrase. We heard in the workshops that there was really a strong desire to not have cars intrude into this space. And so we made the design call to not provide a passable car street here. It is drivable, and it can be serviced, with service vehicles and with emergency vehicles, but not day-to-day traffic. But nevertheless, we refer to it as Main Street, and it does connect to a significant turnaround and an entry point at Dallas Drive. Let me head on down here. Here you can see a sampling of how Farmers Market would be set up in the space. And we've designed the whole plaza so that this could encompass the entire site of this public plaza area, depending upon the size and nature of the event. You can see that the mixed-use buildings have commercial at the ground floor, a residential, apartments above. As we come around the corner here, we're passing this is the current entrance to the Share Forum. Many of us, park in that parking lot down here. This is currently where Dallas Drive would punch right through the site where our hotel is landing. I'm gonna step over to the side here, and I'm going to pause and see if John Tran is available. He is one of our architect designers from the Smith Group. John, are you online?
I am, Nick.
Awesome.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Again, John Tran, I'm an architect with Smith Group located in Phoenix, Arizona. Delighted to be here tonight to share with y'all our stories about the project. Akbar and Nick have already spoken about some of the goals of the project in general. I'm here to speak with you specifically about some of the goals for the hotel project. And so certainly, the hotel, our project is going to introduce a vibrant new community use and a destination that doesn't exist right now on the campus. It's going to bring more foot traffic. It's going to bring more energy. It's going to bring more experiences to the heart of our new civic center here. It's going to be an economic driver, right? So the project is positioned to attract developers and operators. It's going to establish presumably a new revenue stream for the city for visitors and locals alike who are going to use this hotel. Towards that end, one of the things that we have worked very diligently to make sure that while the design does convey a point of view about the quality of design that all of the buildings are going to have, we wanted to make sure that it was flexible and adaptable and partner ready for any development partner and hotel operator. So as such, we again tried to be very, very strategic with the sorts of things that we are conveying, while still maintaining that sense of place with the rest of the projects. Contextually, one of the things that we know that we want to do as a hotel, we'll want to be a piece of the rest of the development, the mixed-use development, in terms of scale, materiality, and sort of vibe. So as such, and then also it wants to make sure that the scale of the building adheres and is appropriate to observe the height of the Kavli Theater, which is still sort of the show on the hill. So just the facts, and as Nick's flying you around here, this is the hotel drop-off a large lobby. One of the things that we want to make sure that the hotel does, it is anchoring the corner of Dallas, West Dallas, and the new Main Street. So large new presence, architectural landmark at that intersection, previously the main intersection, but now one of the few prominent entries into our project. Just the facts, it's a 6-story building, once again, in kind with the other mixed-use buildings, still lower than the Cowley Theater. 6 stories, as I said, 147 rooms, fantastic amenities, including banquet halls, a great pool deck. And then one of the key features in this hotel is this roof deck, this sort of large terrace on the roof that is for the community as well as for visitors and guests at the hotel. So you can imagine sunset, sunrise on this great hotel deck with views of the mountains to the east of us, and really looking down to the entire project. Lastly, and I think most importantly, this project is going to, above all, embody the values of the rest of the project here, and prioritizing inclusion, accessibility, sustainability, connection with nature, integration with art, and hopefully become one of the pieces of the new brand of downtown Thousand Oaks.
Thank you, John. I want to point out that the drop-off, the turnaround here is intended, yes, to serve the hotel, but even more importantly, I think it's really intended to provide, we're trying to provide people with options as to how to arrive here. That you can arrive at the Teal Boulevard, we have new diagonal parking at the street, we have bus stops out there, we have bike service through the project. We have the parking structure, of course, behind the hotel, 750 cars. We have some new parking under some of the mixed use. But this is a drop-off that's at the heart of the project, and people will be able to take Uber or someday maybe a Waymo. I know that's an interesting idea that's coming, but I'll tell you what, I got to try it in Phoenix, and it was amazing. But the idea is that there's a high level of accessibility here, that people can get to the heart of the project without having to necessarily go find a parking space. So something to consider. Let's talk about the mixed use, and I think Tony Tomasello is going to speak to this.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Tony Tomasello, I'm with RRM Design Group. I am not an architect, but I have the privilege of being our project manager for our consultant team on this, and the honor of representing so many of our amazingly talented folks who've had a hand in bringing this to life thus far, and really excited about to continue our momentum in this project moving forward. The mixed-use buildings, if you can maybe peel out, Nick, and we can take kind of a look at the west side of the property a little bit more holistically. The west side of the property involves the construction of a variety of mixed use structures, so ground floor retail with residential apartments above. There's a few key goals that are involved in the design and planning of this use and this component of the project. First and foremost, authenticity and placemaking is something that we heard over and over again through the community outreach and through our own sort of exploration of this space. And what that involves is the creation of exemplary mixed-use structures from design, massing, articulation, to establish that context for the future redevelopment along the boulevard, and really setting the bar so that others can emulate. Included in that is the creation of a place, a sense of arrival, a sense of destination that you have arrived to downtown. It's different from the surrounding areas. However, there's a sort of context to that, a building up to the center. And then similar themes in terms of the architectural language and relationship of the public and private spaces within this downtown core. Another key focus is the pedestrian-oriented spaces. We've taken great care to try to interject and pull back in special places to create these moments that are for the public, that provide some strong visual connections to visual and physical connections to Thousand Oaks Boulevard and to Main Street, and really making those connections strong and permeable. And then the interaction and integration of Building C with the plaza, which is sort of along the eastern side adjacent to the hotel. Another fundamental component of this is the consolidation and screening of parking areas within this program to create that Park Once environment. As you're looking here at the Thousand Oaks Boulevard frontage, what you're not seeing is under those buildings that front Thousand Oaks Boulevard is a subterranean parking structure. That was afforded to us, that opportunity, by the decision to relocate the storm water culvert and really make those buildings and those uses along Thousand Oaks Boulevard that much more accessible and viable from an economic and usability standpoint. And then lastly, the ground floor, again, coming back to the idea of needing to ensure that the commercial uses that inhabit these structures are representative of Thousand Oaks, so that we've designed these spaces and planned for them to be flexible and adaptable, that they're aligned with sort of our goals for those commercial spaces as, to be able to support more local and small businesses, not giant big box, but really kind of embrace that uniqueness of what this downtown can and should be. And with that, I'm going to turn it back to Nick, and I'm happy to answer any questions that may come up. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. We have a new arrival, a new path of arrival to the large parking structure. We're calling this at this time, this is called West Road. It's on the west edge of the city's property. And what you're seeing here beyond this road is a private developer's potential response as a part of the effort to catalyze change in this downtown area. And part of the strategy here is that this will become a nucleus of a larger core downtown area. So the West Road will bring us to past a three-level parking structure underneath what we're calling Building A, this mixed-use building here, and then to a new service road access to the parking structure and to the Coveley drop-off, and also to the service court of the Shear Forum, which currently you walk past. If you're coming into the entrance of City Hall, you walk right past a service court. That won't happen anymore. That will be now completely camouflaged. We've also made a lot of effort to create some permeability on the site. So there are ways to get from the parking, from the cars, down to different places within the property, not any single one route that is required for you to move around through the site. So the Coveley turnaround, which most of us, and here's the back side of the hotel. Let me go ahead and just show you briefly. This is John's rubber duck. And the pool terrace, and also on the ground floor of the hotel is a small conferencing facility with a small patio off of this side court area. So the hotel will have some meeting facilities, but we also anticipate the opportunity for some synchronicity between the hotel and the existing civic center and meeting spaces, and using the theaters, for example, for keynote speakers for small conferences and things of that nature. But let's go to the Coveley turnaround. And as many of you are probably aware, this is a little bit of a notorious location within the current Civic Center, because what happens is a lot of people come out of the parking structure and they're not exactly sure where to go if they're looking for services. It's a little bit of a maze. And so we are trying very hard intrinsically in the design to take away the guesswork, that it becomes very clear where you're going, what you're looking for is easy to find. So as we come through this interesting kind of collision between the two buildings that was part of the original design, we come out onto a renewed and revised Coveley Terrace. and it's significantly different than the existing. And we've got Chris Anderson on the team is going to speak a little bit to our City Hall design annex that's a part of the existing Civic Center. Chris, are you there?
Yes, great. Could you, we have our cameras on. Are you able to see us or no?
No, we're just seeing the beautiful design, Chris.
Oh, great. I'm going to turn off my bulb here so I can see more of your screen. Thank you, everyone. Pleasure to present the City Hall component to this wonderful downtown. As Nick had mentioned, you know, one great thing about this new location, or two things. So we have this sort of some silver lining here to relocation to the City Hall. One is that people coming from the garage are already going to be very familiar how to get to their city services, right? They're going to go through that little elbow that Nick had just highlighted before, but there's going to be no re-education here. So there's going to be a familiarity that we can take advantage of. Two is that one of the really interesting aspects that makes the current City Hall civic functions and theater functions unique is that there is this unusual synergy between sort of the arts and governance. And keeping these paired together, I think, just dials up that uniqueness to Thousand Oaks. So having them in the same general area, I think, is a wonderful asset. You may notice that the terrace looks expansive, right? It's not so much that the terrace has grown. It's really that we've really worked hard to sort of level it out. It used to have stairs and ramps, all these things that are sort of interrupting flow and circulation. So what we did is we kind of worked hard to make it all, for the most part, one main level. So now it's super flexible. It could host a variety of different events, evening events, day events, small, large, and it's that flexibility that we think is going to be the greatest asset, make this completely usable for the long term. And then, Nick, maybe if you go down to sort of the entry point again, I want to just highlight the main driver. One of the main drivers is just so that ease of circulation, recognition, where to go. So right when you come into this terrace, we kind of organize the architecture and the signage to really lead you in, like, this is where I want to go. So if you look to the left, yeah, you can see that grand stair, but if you're trying to get to the service hub, you could look to the right and you can see the signage, you can see the front door, and you kind of know where to go. In this case, we've got to walk through some tables, but in your general day-to-day use, you'll have sort of a clear path that gets you here. When you go through these doors, this is going to be the lobby of the service hub, right? So you could conduct your business looking that way. If you by chance want to get to the council chambers, then you come down this sort of public corridor that takes you down to, here you can see the skylight. Dennis is going to talk about how that lets light and really creates a wonderful environment down in the food hall and the arts area. And here you can see we're arriving at, in some ways, I guess I consider really kind of the crown jewel of this building. It's the council chambers. And you know, what we love about this space is that it really kind of represents all the aspirations we think we heard from all of you, which is transparency, connection to the community. I mean, you literally can look down and you're connected to this park visually, and they're in turn connected to you. So it's going to become this sort of wonderful element or beacon that kind of represents access for everyone to this building. And then I'll talk, briefly about the architecture and the skin, because I know you guys have heard a lot of talk today, so I'll be brief. But one thing to note is that what makes the skin and makes this building, I think, very appealing is that it's highly functional. So all these louvers, these elements that you see in the building are designed with a purpose. What they're really doing is shading the building so it doesn't overheat. And they're cutting out glare so that from the occupants on the inside looking out are going to be very comfortable. So architecture creates these kind of wonderful depths and shadows, but functionally it actually helps the building perform. So this is sort of this big element that kind of comes up and around, and that kind of leads you back into the Kavli. And I think, one of the things that we really like about this architectural expression is that it's light, it's permeable, it's glassy, in that it's kind of a nice juxtaposition to what you have existing. And yet they still feel compatible to me. So Can't wait for this to kick off. And, another nice thing is that we were able to maintain this all-important connection down to the bridge, which we're going through now. So you'll have restrooms to the right, and here you are to the existing bridge, which is going to take you down to the amphitheater zone. Nick, I'll hand it back to you.
Thank you, Chris. So this little alcove on the site is kind of a special place, and it is sort of separated from other things. And as the team went into the analysis of the different uses, working with city staff, and particularly the cultural arts staff, it became kind of clear that this really wanted to be an amphitheater. And it's an intimate amphitheater. It's not the size of something like the Hollywood Bowl. This is probably a 250 to 300 person capacity, depending on what's happening. We set it up so that banquets could happen in the evenings. Things could be, anywhere from rock shows to folk shows to weddings to civic activities, chamber events. But it has the potential to be very intimate, but it also has the potential to accommodate larger crowds. There's turf, so you could set up blankets and picnics, and it's really a very versatile space in that regard. And as I said, I think it's kind of separated from other things, but still very accessible, very easy to get to. Accessibility, by the way, was a very important concern expressed by many of the community members, and we really appreciated that people did come out and share earnestly with us some of their accessibility. And so we were very careful to try to design into the whole site opportunities for servicing people who need particular care. So I want to have Dennis talk to us about the public market. And as Akbar mentioned in our original conceptuals, it was out here somewhere in this space. And as we got into retooling the existing building, it became clear that there was an opportunity to do something more than just a public market / food court / whatever that might be. And what we've actually ended up doing is bringing the arts and a kind of an art incubator space together with what we anticipate being a kind of a craft food the idea that there wouldn't, how did we put it? There would be no Chili's here. There would be no Cinnabon. So Dennis, are you there? Do you want to talk to us a little bit?
Yeah, sure. Mayor, council members, my name is Dennis Park. I'm an architect with Smith Group. And like Nick was just mentioning, really excited about this portion of the project, which is going to be really an anchor tenant for the building. And like Nick had mentioned, we always envisioned it beyond just a food hall or a food court, something unique to Thousand Oaks. And as we met with community members, we kept on hearing about this desire for art to be infused in every element of this program. And just like John had mentioned the hotel, and Chris had mentioned, art being infused even in this element. So instead of a food hall, whether we call it a culinary collective or whatnot, this idea of infusing art as a main element to keep this area vibrant throughout the day and throughout the night. Architecturally speaking, you can see that it's a really dynamic space. We've created these large 2-story volumes, especially with that large skylight that Chris had mentioned, and you could actually peer through it here and you could actually see those flags waving and the city hall building. So you're kind of always connected. You kind of understand where you're at. And again, creating this dynamic 2-story volume gives us the opportunity for that art incubator to live on that second floor. Again, we heard from community members that maybe it shouldn't necessarily just be another space. Maybe it can all be one space in itself. So you can imagine people as they're dining, eating, getting their burrito tacos, they're seeing artists going back and forth, working, or they're coming down to partake in the food hall. And so again, this is just a really exciting dynamic space, and this infusion of something specific to Thousand Oaks. Again, it's not trying to be a generic food hall, something specific to Thousand Oaks. Architecturally speaking, the massing or the shape kind of looks familiar, but what we really try to do is really lean into transparency, lean into this ability to be able to see through day and night, connect back to the oak trees. And again, a lot of the shapes of the buildings have to do with trying to preserve those oak trees. Stopping here, which is a critical, important thing, what Nick had brought up Two was that great connection that we're highlighting back up to the terrace and back to the parking structure. So we heard about wayfinding, that we really want to make sure that with this effort that it's very clear how to get to different places. So you can imagine as you walk out of that parking structure, you walk straight past this, and then you can kind of make your way down these grand stairs. And just adjacent to it is that clear glass elevator. We're not burying the elevator, we're pulling it out front to make sure, we're really leaning again into that idea of accessibility. And as Nick is panning over, this is the existing building. And I know you're very familiar that these are all currently office spaces. And with adaptive reuse, we're giving second life to a lot of these spaces with cafes, a library, depot, and really excited to share a new performing arts venue. So the idea here is that you're gonna have cultural programming now on 3 levels. Kavli on 3, Share on 2, and then this great space, which would be on level 1 at the community, really the community level. Here you're seeing it set up as maybe a comedy club, but we imagine that this space could be so flexible that it can hold children's book reading, all the way to kids rehearsing for a play, to lectures, and even in the evening hours being that comedy theater. And if you kind of push your way through here, that again, it's all kind of contiguous. The food, the art, the theater, that it's all kind of a blended space. And it's most importantly adjacent and really connected to that dynamic park. And so with that, I'll hand it back to Nick.
Thank you, Dennis. And so from here, you can see the other side of that pavilion restaurant and the terrace. We'll go visit that in a moment. And of course, this is the town square that isn't square. And Brian Hannigan is going to speak to us a little bit about the landscape design and the basic ideas behind the spaces.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Brian Hannigan, RRM Design Group with the site team. So the best part about this whole town square that isn't square, as Nick puts it, is the massive existing oak trees. And they really give the presence of space to the town square. We designed around it. As Nick mentioned earlier, there's quite a lot of elevation change here and there, so we've tucked all that into the site. Some of the images that you see here with the climbing structure and kind of play structure areas are just concepts that we're looking for to imagine places where kids and families could hang out and play and have a day in the park while maybe there's a concert going on under the oak trees. We show some shade structure art elements, and then the plaza space here, we show some water features in the pavement and maybe some art in the pavement as part of pulling that into the town square. This could serve as a gathering place for farmers market, could be tied all into the space. This is the restaurant that Nick was showing earlier, looking into the space, so you can see activity in there. And with all the residential that's going in and the accessibility from all sides, this is going to be like a day and nighttime use space. As we meander through the pathway here, you can kind of see the farmers market opportunities there, and they can wrap those tents all the way around for larger events. If we pan to the right, we see the frontage to Thousand Oaks Boulevard, so it has a really good presence on the street. And then as we get back into the town square, we end up back close to, we wrap back into Main Street. And as Nick was saying earlier, Main Street is kind of the spine that ties the whole site from one end to the other. This half of it will be pedestrian only. And so you can kind of see the path going through along the front of the buildings. That pan to the left and across is, and back now we're going toward the street. So this is Main Street for the pedestrians, the hotels to the left. That's the roundabout for the drop-off. And that's all pedestrian space, shared with the cars, but mostly pedestrian. So this level here too, we designed it so it's all one level. It's raised so that it has that plaza feel to it. If you were walking, you would just walk across from the sidewalk across the street and into the plaza. And then our street that comes in, this part of Main Street, which has vehicles on it, we have a slight curve in it, and this offers a really interesting feel to the street. You can kind of see a meander in it. It does great for just the visibility of looking down and seeing more trees, and it creates a little bit of curiosity. There's the pedestrian crossing and the view through the two buildings. And we have nice wide sidewalks here. We're about 17 feet. So they're very wide walkable sidewalks and store frontages. And then as we conclude, we can look back. There's the meander. You can kind of see the meander in the street. And then as we pan up, we're in the residential areas above, looking down. That's it. Back to you, Nick.
So I think at this point, we're kind of concluding the tour, unless somebody's got something they thought we missed from the team. If there's anything that you want to point out, we can certainly talk about it. There is an important component in this that we haven't gotten into, and that has to do with affordable housing. And I expect Akbar will talk a little bit more about that. But I think one of the points that I am passionate about making is that the way we have been developing our communities is that we put certain types of housing in certain areas and other types of housing in other areas. And that tends to be not only a type separation, but an affluency separation. So you get communities where there's a lot of very expensive houses and communities where there's more, lesser expensive houses and lesser expensive apartments. In a project like this, the inclusionary housing, which the city has embraced, and it is a requirement, but in this particular project, it will actually be throttled up. That inclusionary housing means that people of many economic stratas will be living together in a building under a roof, sharing, for example, a terrace that overlooks the town square. And it might be that someone who lives here and works in a coffee place in the food court or in one of the little cafes, who maybe made your sandwich that afternoon, is also a resident, and you might actually have a glass of wine with them in the evening and watch the sunset. We don't have that kind of opportunity in our communities right now. That's just not a very common occurrence. But every one of these mixed-use buildings has that common terrace. This terrace is open to everyone who lives in the building. And I just find it extraordinary that we have the opportunity to create that kind of inclusivity into these projects. And this is happening. This isn't just a Thousand Oaks phenomenon. This is now happening as a part of our statewide response to the housing crisis and infill development of this type.
So with that, we just have a handful of slides to wrap up, and then we'll get into questions of the council, from the council. So Nick, if you want to cue up our PowerPoint deck one more time for us. Perfect. Thank you, Nick. Council may recall at the May 20th City Council meeting, we discussed a variety of different funding mechanisms, one of which was tax increment financing. This financing mechanism works similarly to the former redevelopment agencies. It would require the voluntary participation of our fellow taxing entities that also receive a portion of our property tax. This recommendation number 2 essentially authorizes your city manager to begin those discussions with our fellow taxing entities. If there are more questions on this, our finance director, Jamie Boscarino, can handle those. With regards to the general plan and specific plan amendments, recommendation number 3 directs staff to return with initiation of those specific plan and general plan amendments. That's primarily to change the land use designation of the portions of the city-owned property from institutional to mixed use. We'd return on July 8th just with the initiation. Justine Kendall can answer more questions on that if you have questions. And then lastly, recommendation number 4 refers to the Surplus Lands Act. This would be directing staff to return with additional declaration of surplus lands. For background, council may recall that nearly a year ago, you authorized staff to declare the portion in blue as public surplus. The city went through the notification process. We had no formal interest received, and that area is now available. At the time, we thought we were going to retain the area in yellow on the right for institutional uses, essentially where the hotel is, it was where the city hall was planned to go initially. However, now that the program has been updated, we'll be coming back on July 8th, potentially asking the city council for authorization to advertise a notice for those additional areas. There's one correction in the staff report I did want to point out. Building D, which is that restaurant that Nick showed, we had mentioned that it fits under the SLA exemption. We're seeking clarification from our outside counsel if that is indeed the case. We'll be sure to make note of that when we come back for the official authorization of whether that falls into the exemption or not. So with that, I'll just summarize our 5 recommendations for you tonight. Number 1, first and foremost, provide feedback on what Nick and team shared with you tonight. And then 2 through 4 is what I just mentioned. Authorize your city manager to begin discussions regarding tax increment financing. Initiate the specific plan, general plan amendments, and then return to city council with the additional declarations of surplus lands, and also that this action is exempt from CEQA. So with that, we will take any questions from the council. Thank you.
Thank you very much to you and team for the presentation and the video walkthrough. Much appreciated. I want to also acknowledge the council's ad hoc team. To your left here is Mayor Pro Tem Taylor and Councilmember Adam. For the past few years have served on the ad hoc team. So I'll begin with them for questions of staff. Mayor Pro Tem Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just have a couple comments I'd love to make real quick. First, for the council, thank you for allowing me to sit on this ad hoc and really represent us. Al, it's been an absolute pleasure. For the staff, thank you as well. The work that all of you, everyone online, and everyone who's not here has put into this has been a lot. For Akbar, when did we first meet each other? Were you 9, 10?
About that age, yeah.
So I grew up with Akbar's brother. We used to skateboard together. And he started bringing around his little brother, and I started bringing around mine, and they became friends. And Akbar, from a young age, you could tell was smarter than the rest of us. And so it doesn't surprise me that you are now leading this charge, but I think it's crazy that we not only grew up here, but you and I ran around as little kids on this property. And it's interesting because when we were young, it was great, but as we started getting into high school, you know, when it would get dark, there wasn't much to do. You know, thank God for me, when I was a senior, they built the little skate park on Borchard and Reno, and that kept myself and a lot of my friends out of trouble. There was really no other alternatives. It was like house parties or like in and out on a Friday. And, you know, I was one of the few that never left. I've stayed here my whole life. And there is a gap that our community has. It's why we, you know, lose so much of the youth after high school, and then, you know, we get a small fraction back typically when they get married. You know, usually it's 1 to 2 kids, and then Thousand Oaks comes back into play. But even for, you know, the demographic that I'm in now with young kids, there is not a ton to do. And so I love that you and I, you know, 25 years later, and we're building out what I think is one of the last things that the community kind of lacked, unfortunately. And this is exciting. Like, you will no longer be able to say that there's nothing to do. There's going to be so many options here. So I just want to say this has been a pleasure. I still can't believe it's come full circle, and we're talking about the future of our city. Really cool how that comes about. Now, I've been on the ad hoc committee, so I've gotten all my questions out of the way. I just wanted to share that. This is exciting. I mean, it's cool sticking around and being a part of stuff like this. So just thank you, and for you specifically, this is something special.
Thank you. Councilmember Adam, this being the question period, do you have any questions of staff?
Sorry about that.
Like Mikey said, I've been, intimately involved with this, so most of my questions have been answered. I mean, I'll just say that this has been the dream for generations. You know, I've been in the city since 1977. I was elected, 12, 13 years ago. We were talking about it then. I was presenting to the Kiwanians and the realtors and everything, potential plans for a downtown that would have covered the entire 3 miles of Thousand Oaks Boulevard. And we kind of realized that maybe that's biting off a little more than we could chew. But it's just so gratifying to see this thing finally coming to fruition. I really want to thank our design team. There were some really behind-the-scenes watershed moments in this whole thing. I mean, it didn't just go, it wasn't just a straight unilateral direction to where we are now. We had to come up with some different changes, like that channel in the front. I mean, it doesn't sound like much, but we redirected it so we could get some more residential in, which is really important. We have to have residential to make this thing work. The idea that we would, at first we were gung-ho, we're going to build a new city hall, brand new. And then we realized, well, wait a minute, if we want this to be a gathering spot for people to come to on a Friday and Saturday night, maybe they don't necessarily want to come to City Hall. So the design team kind of sprang it on Mikey and I when we walked into, there was 30 of them there, and they said, you know what? Let's take a look at a hotel instead. And boy, that made a lot of sense. And we're going to have a new City Hall, but the hotel is going to be a centerpiece. So that was a watershed moment. There were others too. The public market, we realized that how important it was. Everybody wanted a public market. You know, it's really a gathering spot. But at first we had it freestanding. It was too small. We realized, wait a minute, we got to make this thing much bigger. So we building it into a building that's already there, and it's going to be much bigger and much more successful. So these are the little things that you learn as you go along, and I'm just really happy that the design team was so flexible and listened to the public, and I think we've come up with quite a unique design here. I'm anxious to hear what you folks think as well.
Thank you, council member. To my left, are there any questions of staff?
I think I actually have some questions.
Please, this being the question period.
This is the question period. Very good. No, I share some of the excitement of my colleagues. This is something that we've all identified over the years. I've been here since '90. There's a lack of a downtown in our city. So to be able to create this hub of a downtown is a good first step to having that. But it might be, for my questions, I think it might be a little early to discuss it. There's the hotel, which I think is a great idea. Was it, I've always been about the commercial viability of this project, making sure that whatever we do really thrives. So can you go a little bit into the commercial viability of adding the hotel as opposed to, say, another mixed-use building?
Thank you, Councilmember Engler. I'm going to invite up our retail economics consultant, Rob York of York Consulting. Rob, do you want to take that one, please?
Good evening, Mayor, council members. So this project is really interesting, right? The mix of uses are atypical. You have everything from civic to culture, performing arts, a mix of small entrepreneurial businesses, the hotel component, and obviously residential. So there's a tremendous synergy between these uses. And to the hotel specifically, that was a huge gear shift for this project. It improved the economics, but it also greatly improves the vibrancy. And as you saw with the design, it's really targeting a different niche that's not really well served either in Thousand Oaks or the surrounding area. It's a little more design forward. It's a little bit more of a lifestyle hotel that meets the goals of this being a very art-infused and culturally infused project. There's more work to be done to refine some of the market positioning and other pieces of it, but it's clearly a very synergistic and positive addition to the project.
As opposed to, say, just another mixed-use building that would match the ones on the other side. This is a true addition to what we're trying to do?
Yeah, so it's great that we've got the residential. That's an important piece to really plant the flag for both this project but the future growth of downtown. but a hospitality component is also when it's supported, it's an essential part of a downtown district. And those are fresh bodies every night who are going to explore your community, who are going to leave that property, who are going to shop and dine and drink and enjoy the performing arts components of the downtown. So, a hotel visitor overnight is probably worth, 2 or 3 residents, because they're going to be out spending their money a little bit more than a day in, day out resident, at least for the people that live on site. So yeah, it's a great component to add to the project.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Sure.
Another kind of viability issue, I think, and I don't want to do anything tonight that precludes us in the future, but have we made any determination as to whether the residential should be a for sale product or a rental product? Is there some type of rubrics that we've been using?
Thank you, Councilmember Engler. As we get further along, assuming we move forward, we'd come back to you with a variety of different pros and cons of the different approaches to a P3 partnership. Of course, with HRNA, the financial consultant team that Jamie has been directing, they'll certainly have recommendations for the council as to which direction maybe best serves the council priorities on that front. But that'll be handled at a later date as we get closer to your disposition options.
Thank you. I just didn't want to have us be doing anything tonight that gave us any, locked us into any direction on that. I just wanted to make sure we weren't doing anything there. One other question I have, the ADA access from the top of what is now the plaza in front of the Kavli is great. Having that, the elevator there is wonderful. Being so prominently displayed really takes out any guesswork. Is there ADA access? Has it been focused at all on the west side of the property as well? Because there's some grade elevations and stairs and everything over there as well.
Absolutely, good question. As Nick noted on that main mixed-use building, Building A, it's referred to in the site plan, that actually includes 3 stories of podium parking. And if TOTV can queue up the model screen again, Nick can show it. But inside of that podium parking, we would have ADA spots available for folks that need to use it. And those would be, in fact, the primary floor that visitors would be parking on would be that first floor at grade for ease of accessibility.
But if someone were to make the mistake and park in the existing parking structure, how would someone, say, in a wheelchair, get from that location down to the Main Street West?
Yeah, another good question. So we have 2 options. If you are in a wheelchair, there are a couple of options to get down to Main Street. One, of course, is, as you mentioned, you could make use of the new prominently featured glass elevator and get down to Main Street that way. Or you could, Nick, if you can fly us to the backside of Building A. Oh, I'm sorry. And, well, if TOTV can queue it up, and I'll describe it in the meantime. On the backside of Building A, as you come up West Road and it intersects with the cul-de-sac of what's currently Oakwood Drive, that it would be your other route if you were in a wheelchair to get down to Main Street from the western direction.
Yeah, okay, thank you. If we get our flyabout open, we'll take a look, but thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mayor Newman. I'll start with my comments. I know this is the question section.
There will be a comment period as well.
I want to lead with gratitude, I think is more appropriate. Thank you to all the work that went in to this project. I know that I'm 6 months in, and I get to, I think this has been the best 6 months any new council member could ever have inherited. I've gotten to help myself and the rest of my council members here usher in some really exciting accomplishments and just offerings to our community by the work of previous councils and the staff. So I'm feeling that's how I wanted to lead. So thank you for letting me share that. My first question had to do with accessibility and how we were managing that throughout the property. So I'm glad we're getting the fly through now. But Councilmember Engler really hit those questions for me. Something that I remember being discussed, but I don't know if it's appropriate now to see it or to discuss, was the transit carpool area, drop-off pickups, and kind of just the evolution of what we hope to see, walkability and evolution that we hope our community mindset and buy-in also comes along with this lovely project, and how we're proactively planning for that.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Gutierrez. There are several opportunities for where pickup and drop off can occur. In fact, that was actually one of Rob's initial admonitions to the team, was making sure that we are adequately preparing for exactly what you just called for. So a couple things I want to point out. The angled parking that you see in the renderings, kind of similar to what you see in front of the lakes today, continuing that treatment on Thousand Oaks Boulevard. Some of those stalls could be earmarked for rideshare drop-off. We'd probably want to dedicate a certain number of stalls for that use and sign them appropriately. Another area that Nick mentioned in the flyover was the drop-off in front of the hotel. Yes, it is hotel serving, but it's right in the heart of the program. That could be used by visitors as well. And then if you're visiting the eastern end of the project, out by the Lakes Drive, there is an opportunity for yet another drop-off location on the Lakes Drive on the, what would be the western side of the road, be able to drop folks off. There's a little carve-out in the road right there for additional drop-off. So we've tried to sprinkle these around the project in key areas to make sure that, depending on your destination, we can find somewhere convenient for you to drop people off and pick people up.
Awesome. Thank you. The last question I had was something that we discussed in a one-on-one about showing the scale and kind of what comparable experiences we already kind of socially engage and accept as locals. And I think the 3D rendering really did give us that scale and grandeur and like, wow, this is really going to be impactful. It is going to be something new. And I love the comment that Councilmember Taylor made of like, we can no longer say there's nothing to do. And I'm of that generation as well. Although I am younger than Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you for that.
Only by a few years. But, you know, I'm really excited by the scale and the impact, but just those comparable kind of like the what is that walkability to and from car to destination gonna feel like?
Yeah, great question. So in terms of the walkability, I'll tackle that one first. This would be akin to your regular visit to the Oaks Mall today. You know, I was just there over the weekend to visit the Apple Store, which is one of the main reasons I go to the Oaks Mall. I typically park in front of the area by the Cheesecake Factory, JCPenney's area. I'm not lucky enough to get one of the stalls up close. I actually timed myself this past weekend because I was curious. That trip takes 3 minutes if you're walking briskly. If you're walking from the parking garage and you're trying to get to, say, the public market, that trip would take about the same time, if not a little bit shorter. So to your point, we already encounter these same journeys today, going from our car to a destination that we want to get to. This would be quite similar, and it's actually, I'll say, more efficient than you would find in a lot of downtowns in terms of where you're typically parking to where your destination is. And Nick added more pleasant, so I would agree with that too.
Agreed. Thank you.
Thank you. And I too will add my thanks to the entire team that's worked on this, several teams actually. And one of the reasons we have as few questions as we do is that each of us has met multiple times with you and have been able to really drill down through this. So my questions I'm repeating, but I want to get them on the public record. The first two are in the finance area. One of this has to do with this tax increment funding method that we're looking at for setting up the project. We have to list this is city land, most of it today. We are required by state law to list this under the Surplus Lands Act. We expect, it's quite possible, as happened last summer, that there will be no formal interest expressed once again. So it may well remain city property. But the buildings that go on it would quite likely be privately developed. So that's what my question is with this tax increment funding, I'm making up numbers here, but let's bear with me for a moment. If we've got a parcel that's worth, let's say, $2 million, and a developer comes in and puts a hotel on it, and the value goes up to, let's say, $80 million. So there's a big difference in terms of paying the property tax, and we should be clear. Right now, for city land, even though we're the government, we pay taxes too. So we pay property tax for the $2 million. No? Shaking? Okay. Well, still, though, the valuation of the land is different, right? Between an unused, unimproved lot, which might be valued at $2 million, and a lot with a hotel on it, which might be worth, again, making up numbers, $80 million. So my question is, who bears that property tax? Is that increase in value go to the hotel, and it's a bill the hotel owner pays? Or is it on the taxpayer, or how does that work?
So the way it works with governmental property, if we lease out property to a tenant, a for-profit tenant like a hotel operator, they pay possessory interest property taxes. So the county every year reaches out to the city. We have to provide them all of our leases, and then the county calculates property taxes, possessory interest taxes that all of our tenants pay to the county. So that's how it works. So anytime you have an increase in assessed valuation, if we were to establish a TIF district, then the property tax, the assessed valuation gets frozen, and then any redevelopment that occurs after that, that share of that tax increment would then be able to be used to issue debt and to pay for part of the project.
Okay, but it's not a direct tax increase to the resident.
No,
correct?
there's no
That's what I'm
tax
getting at.
increase.
Right.
It's just the assessed valuation is frozen, and then any increased assessed valuation due to redevelopment, those property taxes would then be able to be used and to issue debt.
And that's what I'm getting at, is we have the opportunity here to do something that
Yes.
would greatly increase the value of the property,
Correct.
but without the great increase in the tax bill.
Correct.
Too. Okay, very good. Thank you. And then similarly, this is going to require a lot of infrastructure upgrades. Councilmember Adam mentioned the moving of the box culvert already. As well, I imagine there will be significant upgrades needed for water, wastewater, electricity, internet, possibly other infrastructure type things that I'm missing. And my question around that is, are the costs for all those infrastructure upgrades factored into the cost estimates that we're doing for this project, or is that an additional cost?
Yeah, thanks for that question. Yeah, the infrastructure costs related to the horizontal construction we are including in the project costs, mainly for those main water, sewer, electrical lines, et cetera. What we have not included are maybe the laterals off that will service the individual buildings that would be eventually privately owned.
And those would work the way we do with other developments as well, right? Where there's some fee that's paid.
I would anticipate so, yes.
Right, okay. And then coming back to the tax increment funding again, just for a moment. We set up these districts, EIFDs, possibly with the county, possibly with other agencies. Could you walk through just quickly what is in it for the county or some other agency to participate in that? We know what the community benefit is here for us, the residents, but what benefit accrues to participating agencies?
Certainly. So the establishment of an EIFD, as we sort of mentioned in your last question, significantly increases the valuation of properties. You have redevelopment that comes in. That's a huge economic driver, not just for the city, but for the county, because the county gets property taxes, the county gets a small share of our sales tax. So it's drivers for all of the taxing entities, not just the county, but the schools as well. The schools are not allowed to participate in an EIFD, but they benefit from the increase in assessed valuation with property tax revenues coming in significantly. They're one of our largest, property tax sharers, and they get the most property tax of them in the county. So it's not just the county. All of the tax entities really increase their revenues based on redevelopment and economic development for this project that would bring to the city.
Very good. My next question is around the environmental sustainability. And Nick, I don't know if this is a question for you or for Brian, but what can you tell us about, we are significantly increasing density here. But at the same time, there was emphasis and recognition made, which I appreciate, in the proposal about sensitivity to and appreciation / respect for the existing trees, which are our namesakes, and we go to great lengths to protect. So what can we do to ensure that the added density is not creating encroachments that would cause some of those trees not to fare well?
Thank you for the question. I will tell you that our landscape architects are vigilant about the protection of oak trees. And seriously, we would get quite lambasted if we were treading on territory involving drip lines and affecting the soil around the base of oaks and the litter of the oaks that is part of their life cycle and their viability. And I'd also say that the density is not an anti-environmental thing. I think density is actually a very pro-environmental thing. It means putting more people on less land, and that land is very, very valuable. It's very, we don't need to cover more hills to accomplish this needed housing. I think we're also building in a lot of oak tree constituents here. They're going to be very protective of these oak trees. They're going to live with these oak trees, and that's pretty cool.
Very good. Some of the responses I heard, most of the responses I've heard of this project have been quite favorable. I'm connected with many who are cyclists. This is a great place for cycling. And as favorable as most of their responses were, some of them were asking for additional cycling amenities to make this, this is already, I think that the word used was car tolerant, yeah, which I like much better than car centric.
Yeah.
I think the cycling community's ask was for additional cycling lanes, things like perhaps more bike chargers for e-bikes, bike lockers, perhaps for people who work in some of the office space that would be added. Whatever we can do to, I'm asking here specifically about cycling, but I think the success or failure of this project ultimately depends on feet and or pedals on the street. And whatever we can do to increase that and make it a more hospitable place for walking and biking, I think would be to the good. So are there more features we could look at in that area?
Mayor Newman, I'll kick this one off, and then Nick can add anything if he'd like. As Nick pointed out, there was I'll say a placeholder treatment to Thousand Oaks Boulevard itself. Of course, we don't want to preempt the council on this. We're going to have a future discussion about the configuration of Thousand Oaks Boulevard with the Traffic Commission.
Right. And to be clear, the project before us tonight is the project. It's not correct the street.
Correct. But in terms of how to get here on a bicycle. This, of course, would be something for the council to consider at a later date. In terms of the site itself, some of the details, again, with all the detail that's included here, some of the things that may not be readily apparent is part of our parking demand offset strategy is to include things like EV or e-bike charging, bike lockers, all the strategies that you mentioned to try and get other modes of transportation to get to this site and not be so reliant on cars if one chooses not to do so.
Very good. Any other questions of staff? Councilmember Gutierrez.
I just didn't want to not mention the affordable housing element to this project, where I think is a huge win for our city. And while I got all of the details in a one-on-one, I'd love, just for the community's sake, that we walk through the benefits and the numbers specifically, if you wouldn't mind, please.
Of course. As noted in your staff report, we actually show a comparison of kind of the three pieces of legislation that typically are involved with most housing applicants or mixed-use developments. So first is your inclusionary housing ordinance at the city level, which is 10% affordable. That's on base density. Then would be the state density bonus law, which is what we see oftentimes with mixed-use developments. They're leveraging state legislation to be able to build more units on top of that base density. That calculation is 15% of base density. And then the third one, which is the Surplus Land Act. As I mentioned in the presentation, this property would be subject to the Surplus Land Act. That formula is 15% of total units constructed. And for the listening audience, I want to point out this distinction because it's important. The difference between 15% of base density and 15% of total units constructed yields about another 7.5% more affordable units. So another way of thinking about this project is that it's a 22.5% affordable project, more than double your city's inclusionary housing ordinance.
Thank you. And that was something I think was important to call out. I appreciated the whiteboarding that we did on the one-on-one, or when we met. I think that was it. Is there anything, you mentioned elements that are not apparent regardless of the level of detail and how beautiful it was. Is there anything else that we might be missing that would be worth mentioning?
I'm sure there are things, as you know, at the May 20th meeting, you had a speaker that talked about, well, is there going to be a bollard in this place or that place to show that we're protecting pedestrians from cars, et cetera? The answer is, of course, yes. This is going to go through a rigorous review over the next several months if the council chooses to advance it. When you see this again one day, you'll see some of those details, but suffice it to say that there are a variety of different, not only safety elements, but transportation elements that you will see included in this design going forward.
I think we're about to hear from the public, and we might hear some things tonight.
Councilman Ringler.
Since we have the flyby working, can we go back to that ADA question I had as far as the west side access from the rear parking structure?
Yeah, and I would say, to be candid, if someone is in need of an accessible path to the west side, parking in the larger parking structure is probably not going to be their place of choice. To park closer to things that they're trying to get to, if it's a cafe or even a friend's residence, they would be better served. We can wind our way through an accessible path, but it's not going to be a very efficient way of arriving. On this ground level of the parking structure, you can come in and you can go all the way into where our primary entrance is, if I can find it, and you can come right out onto Main Street after parking in an accessible path that's right here next to this location. And there's an elevator here also, actually two elevators that service the residential, so if you're trying to get up to visit someone, this is the way to go. But you will come right out onto Main Street from that location. It's about a 50-foot path from the accessible parking to the street. So someone parking in the larger parking structure who wants to get down here to a cafe, that's certainly not going to be the easiest route to take. It's doable, but I wouldn't advise it.
I think if and I appreciate what you're saying,
Yeah.
and it's, as I look at a couple of my council members here, I can foresee they might need ADA access at one point. Knowing that we have a circuitous route existing now in our plan, I think we should take the time maybe to figure out a different way, because what you're saying is if you have local knowledge, you can park in the front parking structure, it's easier. I'm just thinking of people who come to visit, and let's try to make it easy on those folks as well.
Yeah, I appreciate what you're saying, that if someone ends up parking in the large parking structure, it should be clear that there's a way for them to navigate. And I would say at the moment, that's not a very strong path of access. And if the desire is to make sure that that exists, we could certainly look at how to tool this to provide for that. At one point, and it's not there now, but I'll point out that the hotel does have an elevator. I don't know how public that would feel in terms of someone using that. Originally, in our earlier conceptual design, we had an elevator at this location that was visible from the parking structure. We could look at reinserting that, but this only serves really the mid portion of the site, not that far west. So it is possible that we could either.
Rather than design fly. I think, Councilmember Engler, we'd want to take your comment, and then as part of our parking management plan, we'll be examining all the different ADA strategies to get folks in. And the path of travel as part of that ADA compliance is paramount, as you're well aware. So as we develop the parking management plan, we'll put key attention to what that path of travel looks like, depending on your destination, wayfinding signage being also a key component of getting folks who have those needs to the right place. So I think for tonight's purpose, we want to take heed of your advice here and then incorporate that into our upcoming parking management plan.
Yeah, no, you have done such a great job on the east side of the property, done such a great job on that. I'm just asking to maybe extend that to the west side of the property as well.
Duly noted. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Before we go to public comment, I want to note that we received 11 written comments on this project before this evening's meeting. 9 of them were in favor. 1 was opposed. 1 made some comments but did not take a position. So that was 11 comments, and we have 13 speakers this evening, and I've just managed to lose them. 9 of them are here. What did I do? Thank you. And they're back. So as before, I will give the names of the next 3 speakers who are up. I'll ask each speaker to state your name and city of residence, and the next 2 speakers who are on deck, as it were, if you could please make your way to these 2 seats behind the podium here. So first up are Clint Foltz, then Mike Panisis, and Kyle Rohrbach. Mr. Foltz, good evening.
Hello, my name is Clint Foltz. I was born and raised in the Conejo Valley, and I am currently a resident of Thousand Oaks. Good evening, everyone. Just a quick heads up, 3 out of the 4 EV charger connections are busted in the parking garage. Just a heads up on that. So if properly executed, the downtown Thousand Oaks project has the potential to not only transform our downtown corridor, but to finally uncover the heart of our city and reimagine the future of the Conejo Valley. At the moment, our community is facing multiple challenges: increasingly hot weather and wildfire danger, lack of affordable housing, declining school enrollment, and cuts to federal funding. Young adults are leaving our city due to a lack of affordable housing and a lack of job opportunities in nightlife. Currently, 43% of our population is over the age of 50, and that number is growing. We need to reimagine, reconfigure, and revitalize our city. The world is rapidly changing, and our city needs to match the pace. We must prioritize economic stability, environmental sustainability, and wildfire resiliency. We need to promote bikeability and walkability over car dependency. We need the infrastructure and businesses that will not only attract a younger demographic, but keep them here in the first place. At the same time, we must take care of our aging population and retain what makes Thousand Oaks a great place to call home. The downtown project is an exemplary endeavor that seeks to address many of the problems I just spoke of. Based on what I saw at last Wednesday's open house, the 40-plus people involved in this project have created a masterpiece in design. Accessible by car and public transportation, but designed for human beings, not cars. A place for community members of all ages and abilities to come together, not just to pass by one another on our car-filled streets. A space to enjoy, to live, to work, and to thrive. This is what our community needs. More housing, more outdoor community spaces, more access to the arts, and more opportunities for our city to come together. What is a city without a town square? Growing up here in Conejo Valley, I often pondered that question. Where was our town square? Where was the proverbial heart of our community? If this project is allowed to come to fruition, residents of Thousand Oaks will finally have an answer. Thank you for your time, and thank you to Akbar and city staff. I ask that the council support this project. And I'd also like to thank the speakers at public comment earlier this evening. Solidarity, ICE out of Thousand Oaks.
Thank you. Next up is Mike Panasis, and my apologies in advance if I'm butchering your name.
That's
Then
okay.
Kyle Rohrbach and Christopher Cole. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. My name is Mike Panessis. I'm a resident of Camarillo, and I'm the Executive Director of the Stephen Dorfman Center for Innovation and Entrepreneurship at Cal Lutheran in Thousand Oaks. First, and I'm speaking in favor of the project. First, as a Camarillo resident, I have to tell you I'm a little jealous. I would love to see this in Camarillo. I grew up in a little town in New Jersey where we had a downtown. It's a place where you congregate, a place where you get to know your neighbors, a place where you get to experience each other. I think that this is an invaluable part of what Thousand Oaks is going to be in the future. I'm here to speak about entrepreneurs and why this space is so important to them. We operate a space in Westlake Village called Hub 101. You may be familiar with it. It's been there for about 10 years. We've been very successful at producing startups from that space. It's a lovely space, but it's in an industrial commercial building. There's no place to go eat. There are very few places to interact with the residents, and we've always found that part of the experience to be lacking. There's a misconception that entrepreneurs are these lone wolves who go into their garages and create something special, open up the garage door one day and launch their startup. That's not true. Entrepreneurs are taking big risks. There's a lot that they don't know. They need to be surrounded by people. They need density. They need places to eat so that they don't have to get in their cars and drive. They need places to live so that their workplace is closer. This space, if I had to start with a clean sheet of paper and design my own downtown, it would look like this. It would look like a space where entrepreneurs have a chance to launch their startups, where we maybe can discover the next Amgen that moves out of downtown and into another place in Thousand Oaks and employs people. I think that that's an incredibly important part of the space. And by the way, entrepreneurs tend to be incredibly creative. So if there is a part of this downtown that isn't working exactly right, you've got a room full of creative people who will help you figure out what it needs to be. So I can't speak highly enough of it. Thanks so much to the staff that's developed this, this plan. I can't say enough positive about them. They've just done a wonderful job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Speaker, one sec. Sir, what town in New Jersey?
Barrington.
Barrington.
Near Cherry Hill, if you know Camden County.
I lived in Marlton,
Very
right outside
close.
of Cherry
So
Hill.
you know what I'm talking about.
I do.
What exit?
4. Philadelphia Eagles fan. I've always had an issue with Dallas Drive. I know Bill Dallas, so we'll let it slide.
That's a good one. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Kyle Rohrbach, followed by Christopher Cole and Andrew C.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Newman, council members, city staff. I am Kyle Rohrbach. I am a Thousand Oaks resident, exit Avenida de los Arboles. I'm a parent, vice chair of TO Arts, though not speaking on behalf of that organization tonight, and a longtime advisor to youth programs, an entertainment professional, and deeply invested in the cultural life of this city. Tonight, I voice my strong support for the downtown project. Thousand Oaks has long been a beautiful city, but in my experience growing up here, as you've heard from others, not always a connected one. We've lacked a true gathering place, that vibrant center where people can live, create, and come together. This project offers a rare opportunity to change that, not just by building infrastructure, but by creating opportunity. I am especially encouraged to see mixed-use housing and a space for arts and culture collectively included in the vision. Arts don't thrive and flourish in a vacuum. They thrive when people who create and contribute to culture, the artists, the educators, service workers, young professionals, can actually afford to live in the place they help shape. That's why I want for us to continue prioritizing affordable housing as a key piece of this vision. I understand there's a tipping point, not asking for the impossible, but as much affordability as we can possibly include is going to be a good thing for the project. If the only people who can afford to live downtown are those who are already well off, we risk building something beautiful in the name of the community, but not for everyone within it. And it's for this same reason downtown should be meaningfully local, that the shops, cafes, the creative spaces, the art that fills these buildings reflect the character and talent of our own community, right? I want to see large-scale murals created by artists from the Conejo Valley. There is a big difference between authentically vibrant and generic that tries to be vibrant, right? And we only get one shot at creating this place that feels authentically Thousand Oaks. So tonight, I ask that you all continue to think through a lens that prioritizes the local mindset and insists on intentional opportunity for the arts, not just as nice to haves, but as part of the core identity of downtown. I've said before that I challenge the notion that if they build it, they will come. If we build it, they will come. Vibrancy does not come from concrete alone. It comes from intention, from making space, not just for commerce, but for culture in equal measure, from prioritizing local talent, supporting small businesses, and ensuring economic diversity in who gets to call this new downtown home. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Christopher Cole, and again, apologies if I got your name wrong, and then Andrew C., then Andrew Pletcher. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Chris Coldy, and I'm an 18-year-old resident of Thousand Oaks. I just want to take a moment to speak tonight because I truly believe the downtown project has the potential to shape the future of this city. I first want to give a huge thank you to Akbar and all the incredible staff that have been put extensive depth and care into this project. As someone who grew up here, I've always loved the calm, community-focused nature of Thousand Oaks. But one thing I've consistently seen, especially among young people, is a desire for a space that brings us all together. A place to gather, share ideas, to experience art and culture, and to feel like there's a heartbeat in our city that we can all be a part of. A vibrant downtown would give us that. It would give us artists a platform to share their work, bring local businesses into the spotlight, and build a sense of belonging for everyone in the community. It gives people a reason to stay and serve the community that so many of us cherish. When you make a space for the arts and for community-centered design, you're investing more than just buildings, you're investing in the people and the morale of your community. You're telling the young people like me that we matter and that you want us to stay. That there's a future for us in Thousand Oaks, and that's inspiring and inclusive and full of possibility. Thank you so much for your time and for your commitment to shaping a city that we're proud to call home.
Thank you. Next up is Andrew C., followed by Andrew Pletcher, and then Rondi Guthrie.
Hey, I'm Andrew C. I am not as prepared as everybody else. Everyone is amazing. You guys are great. Mr. Mayor, you asked me to summarize what other people said. Here. This is a big summary from the night. Big fan of this.
let the record show Mr. C shared a sign that said, "Protect our families."
Thanks for keeping that record straight. Thank you guys for all the comments you made about accessibility and walkability. I've seen the downtown team more frequently than my best friends recently. I am obsessed with the project and all the good things that I think it's going to do for our community and the ways it's going to bring us together. I have been here a long time. I love our community. I volunteer at the library. I take fencing classes. I did Battle of the Bands at the Teen Center. That was talked about earlier tonight, too. I'm a huge part of this community as much as I can be involved. I like our open spaces, to walk through it, to bike through it. It's hard to bike through it. I don't know if you guys have ever tried biking from, I live in Newbury Park. I was supposed to say that. From Newbury Park to here, not the safest feeling to bike from here to there or back and forth. I think the downtown plan provides a huge opportunity to build that infrastructure so that people can bike there, so that we can focus more on pedestrian-friendly areas, accessibility of all sorts, having those kinds of locations and protected bike lanes so that people can feel safe and safe as a part of our community. I think as we're looking, there's so many things that people have said that are so good, and I can't summarize all of them perfectly, but I think I just want to focus on again, that accessibility and those bike paths and protected bike lanes that can get us here safely, because it doesn't feel safe. And also, we had talked about landscaping and plants. We've been here for, 60 years now? And we're shooting for at least 60 more. And I think if we're looking towards the future, we have to have a longer memory of what this place has been and what this place can be going forward. So when we look at the landscaping, when we look at what this city needs moving forward, I think we have to think a lot about native plants. And there have been discussions of different landscape decisions about what trees can be in the area. And someone said to me once, well, we can't pick all native plants, it's not realistic. But we get to choose what's realistic for our town. We get to choose what makes sense for our people. And if we want to be here another 60 years and not burn down like other places in LA, if we want this infrastructure to stay and be a community hub, it needs to be a place where we have native plants, accessibility, walkability, and all these amazing ideas that have been shared. Thanks so much.
Thank you. We move next to Andrew Pletcher, followed by Rondi Guthrie and Crystal Evans.
Good evening again. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, my name is Andrew Pletcher. I'm a resident of Newbury Park and a current board member of the Greater Conejo Valley Chamber of Commerce. These comments, of course, are my own this evening, as we have some other representatives here to speak on behalf of the Chamber. I certainly want to begin by thanking City staff and voice my overall support for the project. It's so great to see first off, a commitment to public art, which is something that I've called for and been wanting over the last few years. On the financing end, I want to applaud the city for taking the correct step and looking to fund this project through the EIFD process. I had the ability to start and work on an EIFD with the city of Palmdale. I'm convinced it's certainly the right move to fund this project. It's a long road, it's a tough road, but it's certainly one that I think will be worthwhile overall. Secondly, I want to thank the city for making the hard choice to remove traffic from the main street of this project. I think it's a positive step, and one of my very early comments to getting people out of their cars and to really create a downtown feel within the ability to walk from a hotel to a small business and back again. However, I believe pushing the issue of how Thousand Oaks Boulevard will look to a later date is problematic, as the true key to making this project work from an economic development perspective will be to ensure that all of our businesses along Thousand Oaks Boulevard benefit from this project. As someone who's owned and operated a small business on Thousand Oaks Boulevard, I can't count the number of times people would come into my business and say, they didn't even know I was here, but they would also admit at the same time they drove by and have been driving by every day for the last 5 years. So why is this? It's because Thousand Oaks Boulevard is not a downtown road. It's an arterial road. It's a road that connects roads to essentially feed the 101 freeway, but it doesn't need to be. As you heard tonight, a main portion of the comments looked at the traffic and transportation aspects of this project. So how do we connect to this overall project? I think residents and the comments that this city staff has heard were more interested in walking, riding scooters, biking, and a trolley system that can connect our small businesses from Westlake Village all the way through the Oaks Mall. People were interested in parking once and walking around to our city. In sum, the overall economic success of this project will come down to how this project integrates with Thousand Oaks Boulevard and the Boulevard specific plan, which is something I have heard nothing about tonight, to ensure that our entire small business and our entire overall community will benefit. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up is Rondi Guthrie, followed by Crystal Evans and Danielle Borgia.
Good evening, Mayor Newman, members of the City Council. My name is Rondi Guthrie, and I'm the Vice President of Government Affairs for Athens Services. On behalf of Athens Services, and in my role as the current chair of the Greater Conejo Valley Chamber of Commerce, I want to express our continued support for the updated downtown project design and thoughtful approach throughout this process. We have heard from Akbar at our chamber board meetings and our legislative roundtable multiple times, including as recently as this morning, demonstrating a strong commitment to transparency and ongoing dialogue with the business community. I also had the opportunity to personally participate in the landscape design session, where I saw firsthand how feedback from local businesses and residents has meaningfully shaped this project. We also appreciate the city's careful and transparent exploration of various financing strategies and balancing innovation with fiscal responsibility to bring this community-driven vision to life. As a growing company with over 100 employees at our new Operations and Sustainability Center here in town, we are very excited about having a downtown where we work. It's clear the city and your design team has gone above and beyond to ensure the project reflects the values, needs, and aspirations of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, next up is Crystal Evans, followed by Danielle Borgia, and then we go to our remote speakers. Ms. Evans, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Newman, council members, city staff. Thank you guys for hanging in there so late. My name is Crystal Evans. I am actually a resident of Simi Valley, but I am a local business owner. I own Conejo Awards here in Thousand Oaks. As a small business owner in Thousand Oaks, a chamber board member and leader of the chamber's young professionals group, Emerging Leaders, I'm excited to support the downtown project and the positive impact it will bring on our community. I'm also a CalLU alum, and I remember the days of being at school and then thinking once we got out of class, man, we better go do something before it gets dark, because otherwise we got nothing. For years, local businesses and families have called for a central place where we can gather, connect, and celebrate all that makes Thousand Oaks special. This project delivers on that vision. I spend a lot of time socially in downtown Ventura and would love to be able to bring my peers and my friends up to Thousand Oaks for a similar nighttime hangout experience. As someone who works closely with the next generation of professionals, I also recognize how vital it is to create housing options that allow young professionals to live and thrive in the community where they work. This project helps fill that gap by making Thousand Oaks more accessible and attractive to the emerging talent. We have tons of emerging talent coming out of Cal Lutheran every year. If we can keep them here, they'll continue to build a stronger community for us. As someone deeply involved in the business and civic life of this community, I believe this project reflects what Thousand Oaks values most: connection, vibrancy, and thoughtful growth. It's an opportunity to build something lasting that future generations will be proud of, and I'm proud to support this project, and I hope you will too. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last but certainly not least, our last in-person speaker is Danielle Borgia. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Newman and council members. Danielle Borgia, President CEO of the Greater Conejo Valley Chamber of Commerce. I'm here on behalf of our 700 members and our board of directors that our local businesses also represent over 40,000 employees under our chamber umbrella, and we are very supportive of this evolving vision for our downtown project. I was talking with Nellie from the Park District before the session tonight, and she was talking about how much the project has changed, and I said, that's a a good thing, because that means that the community input and the economic feasibility of this project has been evolving along the way, and I think that's a really strong point of where we are today. I wanted to highlight some of the written comments that were submitted from some of our employers this evening that were not able to be here. Our education partners at CLU, outside of Hub 101, they've shared that this development has the potential to provide students, faculty, and staff with a stronger sense of community beyond their campus, something that's increasingly vital to student experience and engagement at the university. Support from Los Robles Health System, one of our largest employers and a cornerstone of our growing healthcare sector. I want to remind you about the 2 residents that sat here in council chambers for about 3 hours after their very long shift to provide public comment on the downtown project specifically, and how valuable it was for them as a place to be. Future, hopefully, doctors in our communities, as well as their co-workers at Los Robles. Selvins Properties, a longtime commercial property owner in Thousand Oaks, noting that the planned amenities would be attractive to many of their tenants locally, adding value to the broader business environment. And our hotels, Palm Garden Hotel and Hyatt Regency Westlake, emphasize that the project will elevate the hospitality sector and visitor experience, creating a walkable, welcoming destination for both our businesses and leisure travelers. Our financial institutions, including Premier America Credit Union, Citizens Business Bank, have also echoed their support and recognizing the long-term economic benefit. And finally, the inclusion of critically needed workforce housing is one of the most important aspects of this plan. With walkability, access to amenities, and proximity to employers, this is especially well-suited site for young professionals and others seeking opportunity to live and work in our community. This is a thoughtful, community-driven project that aligns with the values and visions of Thousand Oaks. We thank you for your continued leadership in shaping this vibrant and inclusive future for our city.
Thank you very much. We have 4 speakers remotely on video. The first 3 of those are Megan Souter, then Tom Cohen, then Jackson Piper. Ms. Souter, are you with us?
Mr. Mayor, she is not.
We move on to Tom Cohen.
He is by audio, so it might take a second to connect.
Okay, I see him, but Mr. Cohen, you're muted. There you go. Good evening.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, city staff. Tom Cohen, I'm Thousand Oaks native. I wish I was able to be there with you tonight. My comments are this. The idea of a downtown that's been discussed for decades was nice, but it was ethereal. It wasn't real. It's impossible, in my mind, to build the consensus necessary to pull it off. But let me say this, ACBAR, RRMs, the Smith Group, the Ad Hoc Committee, city staff, well, you guys have delivered big time. The flyover presentation tonight was spectacular, and my excitement level is off the charts. The brilliant thought, the magnificent effort that went into this reflects your effort to deliver first in class. You've integrated the community's input, their desires. I can't say enough about the design themes, the materials, the building's transparencies are incredible, and the interconnection with the magnificent oak trees and the natural environment. I'm a lifer here, like Councilmember Taylor and Akbar. As a kid, we were always looking for things to do, and I'm determined after 64 years here to be here for this downtown to come to fruition. I encourage and actually plead with each of you on the council tonight to support staff's recommendations. This is going to be spectacular for our community, for our businesses, for our residents. Thank you for the opportunity to address you tonight. Take care. Have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. We go next to Jackson Piper. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, can you hear me all right?
We can. Please go
Great.
ahead.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Jackson Piper, Newbury Park, California. I am a member of Ventura County YIMBY, and you often see me here advocating for more housing in the city, and we absolutely need that. And I'm thrilled that this project includes not just housing, but affordable housing as a component. I'm thrilled that it offers it in a way that is dense and sets a standard for Thousand Oaks that I know some people may be afraid of, but it actually looks very, very nice, in my opinion, as it's presented here. It is good urbanism, and I'm really thrilled that this creates sort of a high water, benchmark, a way to show what can be done in Thousand Oaks in terms of providing housing. We have the 10% inclusionary ordinance, which is good to have, but I've always been worried that it's too low to really meaningfully create enough affordable housing in Thousand Oaks, and really we need way, way more than that. The reality is that construction can be held back by too much inclusionary requirements, because then, all the money that goes into building the housing kind of flows out. You don't make the return on it. But this is a way for Thousand Oaks as a city, as a community, to do something that, it doesn't really have an opportunity to do in many other ways. By setting a standard of we'll offer, we'll create 22.5% of the baseline as affordable housing. And yes, that enables the density bonus to be used, and we'll have way more market rate housing. But it really creates an inclusive environment for more people to access the services and amenities of this site than would be able to otherwise. As an urbanist, I think this is amazing. I've always loved how Pioneer Courthouse Square is sort of referred to as the living room of Portland. It's one of the few really good public spaces in America because it punctuates this dense urban environment with a space that's for people. And what has been done here gives Thousand Oaks its own living room. It really creates a space for people to live and for people that visit to enjoy the community of being with other people in Thousand Oaks. So thank you. Please approve staff's recommendations. If I have one minor quibble, I would ask you to consider putting the bike lane between the sidewalk and the plant zone instead of behind, between the boulevard and the parking. But 99.9% of this vision is incredible. The urban planning student in me from 15 years ago is thrilled to something that I would only dream of creating. So please move forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see the final speaker remotely online. Madam Clerk, is that? Okay, so yeah, we don't have that final speaker, so that concludes public comment. I'll go back to staff for any responses.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a minor follow-up. With regards to, we heard some comments regarding the treatment of Thousand Oaks Boulevard. As we said during the presentation, we will come back in front of both the Traffic Commission and City Council to consider alternatives. Just one side note, the configuration of the boulevard is governed by specific plan 20, not specific plan 11, which is the site in consideration tonight. So it was important for us to kind of separate those discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we go to the period for council comments and discussion. And this time I'll start on the other end of the dais. Councilmember Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mayor Newman. I think, sorry, I was not prepared, Mayor.
if you'd like to pass and come back, I can
I
move on.
think I can be brief. I think I've probably shared my sentiments one-on-one and on public record that I'm really in support. I look forward to supporting the staff recommendation this evening. Really, again, the child in me and the local, I hope to retire here as well. Future me looks forward to sharing in this space with my children, my child's children. I really think that we are on the brink and going through the birthing pains of something really beautiful for our city. So thank you again.
Thank you. Councilmember Engler.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm such a rule follower that I do try to keep my questions to the early part. And now it's my turn to congratulate the team on what a great effort that has gone into it. Notwithstanding my ADA comments, I think this is going to be a project that is going to transform our city into a modern, inclusionary place where we have embedded affordable units with market rate units in a setting that anybody would want to be in. This is a dream that I think, I'm one of the citizens that came here and wondered where is Thousand Oaks? I mean, I got a nice neighborhood, kids go to school over here, but where is the sense of place? Prior to living here, I lived in El Segundo. And El Segundo, for those who are familiar with it, is known as Mayberry by the Sea. We had the barber shop on Main Street. We had little gas station on Main Street, the police station, fire station on Main Street, all within walking distance of the entire city. It had a sense of place. Thousand Oaks is, as great as it is, has lacked that sense of place. And for years, citizens have been asking for it. And I think that this group, this planning group and the city council and all of the staff is looking at creating that with this effort. We have a beautiful oak forest right outside City Hall. Stately valley oaks, stately live oaks that are isolated from the people. One way to engage the people with our oak trees here at City Hall is to do exactly what has been proposed by RRM and some of the other people involved here. We're going to bring the people to the oak trees. It's going to be a relationship now, not just driving by and seeing them. They're going to be with these oak trees if we do what we're looking to do. The third thing I'd like to talk about a little bit is the overall method to the madness I think that the City Council has been going through for the last 10 years or so. We've been looking at housing, and housing is an important part of what we're trying to do. It's a three-legged stool approach that we've been taking. We need more housing. We need more housing for younger people to stay. We need more housing for workforce folks to be able to work here and play here. We needed a place for people to work, so we've been working on the biotech hub and other businesses that really would support this city. But the third leg of the stool is something we haven't really approached yet until we get this hub of the city down. And that's someplace to be, a sense of place. I still remember when the borderline happened 5 years ago. Where did people naturally want to go? There really wasn't a place. This sense of place that we're trying to create will not only address some of the issues that people brought up earlier, about what do you do after the sun goes down in Thousand Oaks. There's nothing to do. How many times did my kids tell me that? But it's also, it's important to have that sense of place. Without that, a city really isn't alive. And I think what we're trying to do here is to create that third leg of the stool that has housing for everybody, employment that's good employment, and a sense of place. So my congratulations to the team, to our ad hoc committee who was involved in this, and most importantly, to all the citizens who gave their input to make this project even better than it was 3-4 years ago.
Thank you. And to our ad hoc committee members, Councilmember Adam.
Thank you, Mayor. You're right about the trees, Bob. They're underappreciated, and this project will showcase them and allow people to really see them, the beauty of those trees, I think. And I want to thank our speakers for coming down tonight. It was refreshing to hear a young point of view about this whole thing. It really is. It inspires me to keep this thing moving forward. You know, when I reflect on what this could mean to the future of the city, certainly it's going to mean an incredible gathering spot, all the things we talked about tonight, civic pride, a place to bring people, a central hub, but it may be a catalyst for a demographic change in the city that I think could be really important. I mean, it's no secret that we're losing young people in the city. Not just in Thousand Oaks, but the entire Ventura County. The 25 to 39-year-old group is leaving, which is not good for the future of a city. And we need to try to stop that, and I think this project may do that. And you know, back in 1970, the median age in this city was 20 years old. The median age now is 45. So we're an aging city, and we're seeing a decline of young families in the city. You can see it in the school districts. I think the district peaked out at about 22,000 students. We're down to 14 or 15 now, approximately. So I'd like to see that trend reverse because it's important that young people stay in the city. We can't afford a brain drain. We have these great companies like Amgen and the like that need young people to help innovate and create things. And so it's incumbent upon us as a city council to make sure young people are attracted to this city, that we recruit them and retain the ones we have. Because if we don't, it just does not bode well for the long-term future of the city. I think young people need a job, they need someplace to live, and they need something to do. And this project could answer 2 of 3 and maybe 3 of those objectives. It's really going to do more than just create some buildings. It could mean a demographic shift in the city that I think is very, very important. And I think it's our duty to try to make that happen.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor. We've been working so hard on this for 2 years now. Forgive my excitement. I just couldn't hold it back during Q&A. I guess, is this fair to ask some questions now? There were some things said that were so cool during the public comments. As Danielle shared, the project has changed, and I think that's such a good point that, you know, we put out kind of a framework, the city or the community got involved, and things were tweaked, and you're looking at now a pretty good representation of all of our thoughts. So I thought that was a great point. The entrepreneur one, that's a big one, right? Like, what'd you just call it? Brain drain? Brain drain. The thought of like keeping our youth and then having them create the next companies that we use their service or goods, I love that. That's such an important part. I am very excited about this. It didn't feel like that long ago. Ty reminded me it's actually been quite some time since I was a kid. But that was such a pain point for us. Like, there was nothing to do. Racing before the streetlights turned on. Like, gosh, So I am really excited about this one. I can't believe we're watching all of this come together. So I will move 11A staff's recommendation. And thank you all again for all the hard work. This has been incredible to be a part of.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I have three comments or three sets of comments. I agree with all I've heard from colleagues tonight. Thank you. Thank you for your comments on that. And most of all, thank you to staff, and even more than that, thank you to you, the public, who have been such an integral part of this project throughout. As you all know, I am not a huge fan of excessive density. I come from New York City. I live here. They're different, and people consistently, as we heard earlier tonight, people consistently mention open space and great parks and ability to move around as one of the premier attractions of living here, and I agree with them. But that doesn't mean there's no density anywhere. In some ways, we have very good protections of our open space, but all of us, all 5 of us, voted for up designating and up zoning certain parts of the city along Teal Boulevard, and this is one of them, and I voted for that. So I would be some kind of hypocrite if I now said, no, we can't do that here, because this is one of the areas I voted for more density in, and I think it's quite appropriate here. And I also want to note, this is not that dense a project. There are really good use of setbacks here, right? The buildings along Teal Boulevard are lower in height. They are 3 or 4 story, which is less than the buildings behind them, which are consistent with buildings that are already there. The parking structure, the Kavli Theater. So it's not like there's going to be some massive increase in elevation as a result of this. There will be an increase in density, but it is sensitively done, and it is done fully in accordance with land use policies that we've already agreed to and that there's been consensus on for a long time. There's also been some public questions about why are we spending all this money? Why? Because this is, let's be clear, this is tens to hundreds of millions of dollars to do this. And that seems like a lot, but let's look at the community benefit from what we're doing here. Not that many years ago, maybe some of our parents, some of our grandparents lived a much, much lower standard of living than what we enjoy today. And it was only through massive government spending in the middle of the 20th century that huge numbers of Americans, the majority of Americans, moved out of either actual poverty or borderline poverty into the lifestyles that many of us enjoy in Thousand Oaks today. It was things like FHA loans. It was things like the GI Bill after World War II. Those government spending allowed people to live better lives, to have places to live, to work, to go, as has been said here, and they were better places. And I think this kind of investment in our future is essential to have a better future for this generation, for the next generation, the generation after that. We have to do that. The housing piece is essential. The affordable piece is essential. And I was so glad to hear Nick mention this is something where, because of the way that the affordable component is being done, this is a direct quote, Nick. I wrote it down because it's so important. People of many economic stratas will be living together. And this is something I've heard from people across the economic spectrum. We need housing for people at all different economic levels. And every single textbook in urban planning for the past 60 years, from Jane Jacobs in the 60s through today, says that these kinds of projects work and only work when all different levels are accounted for. And you've done that here. And people can live side by side, and there's opportunity for everyone. So I congratulate you on doing that. And you're right, Nick, we don't have that opportunity in the city right now. And we need to make that happen. And that brings me to my final point, which is when I've asked people again and again, what do you want to see here for, what's your idea of success? What kinds of places would work? The kinds of places they point to are things like State Street in Santa Barbara, or maybe Main Street in Ventura a little bit, or Old Town in San Diego is a good one. And all of those places have something that we don't have, which is 125-year-old buildings. And we could try to recreate something like that, but it would be like Disneyland. It would not be organic. So we are instead trying to make something organic from scratch. And I've had discussions with many of you. You know my position on this. That's not going to work unless we really put an emphasis on quality, really, really good architecture, on quality of economic development, that there are places where people want to go, and on opportunity with housing, again, for people at all different kinds of income levels. And the great thing about this project is it does touch all those points. And that's not an accident. It came about through a long and deliberative process. And I'll conclude by congratulating everybody on the team for ensuring that the public was listened to and ensuring that we are getting to those housing points we need to do, to those quality points we need to do. I am a little concerned. I'm glad Councilmember Engler brought up the economic viability questions. We have seen retail of all kinds struggle, even in food service. Struggle a bit. We're better off certainly than many other places. But I think we have the right combination of elements here, and I certainly think we have the quality here and the intelligence and the public feedback to get this all done. So I am pleased to support this motion. Unless there are any other comments, I'll go ahead and ask the clerk to please prepare us for a vote.
I'll go ahead and provide request a voice vote. Councilmember Adam,
Yes.
Councilmember Engler,
Yes.
Councilmember Gutierrez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Taylor,
Yes.
and Mayor Newman.
Aye.
And that motion passes 5-0.
Thank you again, everyone, for your comments. Mr. Powers has a comment.
Yeah, just quickly, a lot of accolades have been provided tonight to Mr. Alakan. I just had to add my own. We simply wouldn't be here today. He joined us about 2 years ago, rejoined us after an early stint in his career. The passion, the poise, the commitment on this project, top to bottom, it's been remarkable to watch. We're still have a long road ahead of us here, but we're in tremendous shape, largely because of his efforts. And I know myself and our organization and the council appreciates that deeply.
Thank you. Yeah, great job. I'm going to bring back something that hasn't been, and only if anyone wants to speak. There is always an item on our agenda for council issues or recommendations. I appreciate very much Councilmember Gutierrez's comments earlier this evening. If there are any other comments that council members want to make, again, thank you. And with that, we'll move to comments from the city manager, Mr. Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We'll be back again. Our last meeting before our summer recess will be the 8th of July. Currently have a public hearing scheduled for our sewer use and discharge local limits ordinance updates. We'll return with an update on crossing guards. We will have some of our labor items and the action items associated with tonight's downtown action as a department report. We'll also have a committee commission board report from the Council on Aging for their annual report. And that is on the 8th. I hope everybody has a nice 4th of July holiday.
Thank you, Mr. Powers. I'll echo that about having a good Independence Day. And with that, we are adjourned to our next regular meeting, July 8th, 2025. Good night, Thousand Oaks.